This time it's really baby. The Rob Brown Show on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate, and it is indeed finally, actually, really, definitely Friday. My dudes, my dudettes, my amigos, my amigettes, welcome in to everybody's favorite day, not of the week, but like of the broadcasting week. It is the hashtag Friday Football Fiesta, and it starts now. Here on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Great to have you. I am Rob Brown, the great one. Lonzo on the other side of the metaphorical glass this AM. Spectacular to have you. So much going on. I just read the headline. See where it was raining monkeys in viral video from Florida. So
yeah, I've already seen that video. I saw it yesterday.
I saw the video. To see the headline.
I was just trying to figure out if it was AI or not. Or if it was actually, I mean, where was this lady at where she saw the monkeys? They're just diving. I mean, they're having fun or they're escaping. I don't know which one.
Apparently it is from Silver Spring State Park, which I have been to many, many times. There weren't hailstorms of monkeys happening at the time.
Were there monkeys though?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So these might actually be real monkeys.
No, they are. They are an invasive species. Effectively, a bunch of idiots think that, it'd be cool to have a pet monkey, and then it turns out it's not. And then they go let the monkey go in the woods, and then obviously monkeys do what monkeys do, and people do. And the ones who absolutely should not be having kids do it. And then you end up with a bunch of monkey kids, and now you got a monkey forest.
Circle life, bro.
Yeah, but again, the problem is much like a huge chunk of the animals in Florida, they ain't supposed to be there, and they end up screwing it up for the animals that are.
Do
invasive species
alligators eat monkeys?
If they're going to go barnstorming into the water like that, I've got to imagine at some point they'll develop a taste for monkey flesh. But we'll find out. Hey, we have a day lined up today, man. We got a lot to get to on the radio program on the hashtag Friday Football Fiesta. We don't have time to screw around. We're going to anyway, but we don't have time for it.
I'm leaving then. If there's no time to screw around.
I didn't say we're not going to. I didn't say we're not going to screw around. Okay. I just said we don't have time to. We're going to do it anyway, obviously. But we've got a lot that we've got to get to. We have got a big time college football weekend laid out ahead of us. Before I get into said college football weekend, I know the answer is yes, but I'm going to set it up so that we can have a very brief conversation about it. Great one. Have you seen the Oregon Ducks Grateful Dead jerseys? Because they are, and I mean this in every sense of the word, effing incredible, dude. They're incredible.
I'll look them up.
They're incredible. So they are, Oregon is doing their Grateful Dead tribute game this weekend. We talked about it before the season started because I am a fan of both.
It's like a decade too late, isn't it? I mean,
man, it's never
Jerry
too
Garcia
old.
Has been dead, for like a long, long time.
Never too old for the classics. And I think we have kind of hit the era where Grateful Dead were a nice little generational crossover band. My madre listened to the Dead, and then eventually I picked up a taste for the Dead. Weird way to say that sentence, but you know what I mean.
That is a weird way to say that.
I like the Grateful Dead a lot. And I think they were a generational crossover. They had such lasting power that they were there for my mom's generation when she was growing up. And then they were still around and kicking along when it was my turn. So we liked the Dead. And now you're at the point where
those are nice, by the way.
They're sick.
Yeah.
You're now at the point where the Grateful Dead are a band that had an impact on my generation. And now my generation, despite this economy, are finally starting to get to the point where we have a little bit of expendable income. So we'll do dumb things like our parents did and follow the Dead around the country, even though the Dead are dead.
I'm not doing that thing that I always do, but there's a story with the Grateful Dead because they were in the area when I was working at my family IGA, and they didn't bathe a lot. So when they came in and we had to follow them around the store because they had a reputation, like the gypsies when they came in, of finding things in their pockets and their purses and things that they didn't pay for. But it's just, so I'm not talking about the band. I'm talking about the people who follow the band.
Oh, he's talking about the dead heads.
Yes.
You said the dead.
Yeah. Well,
we're talking about the dead heads.
Yeah. There's a stench of marijuana and not bathing. I mean, the mixture of the two you'll know it when you smell it.
I mean, I have been to hippie jam band concerts before. I know it well.
It's been like 30 years since I worked there, and I can smell it right now.
The deadheads.
Not that you smell that way.
No, of course I don't.
I mean,
I bathe twice daily.
Your high karate is like kicking right now.
The deadheads are obviously a legacy band following, right? It's like the Deadheads, Fish. There's these bands that they almost become more well-known for their touring and their fan base, their following, their cult following, than the music. And I think that's true about the Dead. So the Oregon Ducks, to celebrate a concert that the Dead threw at Autzen Stadium decades ago, on the anniversary of that concert, are going to do a Grateful Dead tribute game this weekend. And they're breaking out Grateful Dead jerseys. Now, I am going to keep it a buck. I really wanted them to go full tie-dye, full top to bottom tie-dye. I wanted it to look like a hippie love festival running the spread offense is what I wanted out of this. They decided not to go all in, which is a little disappointing, but hey, you can't always get what you want. So they are rolling out the Oregon black unis, which I think are, in college football, I think Oregon's black unis are the best all blacks in college football. They are nasty with the details. But instead of the all black where they have all black with the black number or the green number, instead, where the number and the wings are on the side of the Duck helmet, those are Oregon Duck green, yellow, white tie-dye. So the numbers, the details are tie-dye on the helmet. The details on the jersey are tie-dye. And I adore it. I love it. I think they nailed it. I wanted full tie-dye. I wanted this team to look like the most hippie football team of all time out of respect for the Grateful Dead. But this is a dope look. I'm actually kind of excited to see this. And more importantly, and granted, like, only some schools have the money to make this happen where they can do that. I forget what school it was preseason, and I'm going to go look it up during the break. But there was a smaller school that said this year, we are going to have 2 uniforms and 1 helmet. And everybody was like, why? Like, why would you not have a third, an alternate, a theme, whatever? Why would you say we got a home jersey and away jersey and 1 helmet for both combos? And the school said, because it's going to save us north of $600,000. And as a small school, we have to have that. We have to have that for facility boosting. We have to have that to put into rev share. We have to have that to help the NIL collectives, whatever we need to do with it. We need that money. When you have Phil Knight scratching you a blank check every month, it's a little easier to say, hey, what if we spend $1 million on jerseys we're going to wear one time? Now, I will also add that the Ducks obviously would have the right and the opportunity to sell those jerseys as game-worn Grateful Dead jerseys. And I got to tell you, I don't think I've never bought in like auction live game-worn jersey. I think I did buy a Saints game-worn jersey from a player that I didn't even know a few years ago just to have one because I thought it was cool. But I don't have game-worn jersey money. Some people do.
Having played the game not at that level, I know what those jerseys smell like and have gone through.
Let's may shock you. Some of us do laundry.
Yeah, I know, but still, it's like, hey, Rob, you just worn that shirt. Can I have it? Can I borrow it for a while? I mean, you want a jersey swap at the end of the game? Yeah. No, I don't. Yeah.
Speaking of jersey
I'm
swaps,
not a germaphobe like the people in the afternoon, but still, I just don't. No.
Speaking of jersey swaps, have you seen the phenomenon taking place around the Atlanta Hawks right now?
I have a confession to make. I tried to watch basketball last night and I couldn't because the scandal is.
We're coming. We're coming to that.
Yeah,
we're coming to that. We're coming to that. Ain't no doubt we're coming to that. There's my favorite phenomenon in the NBA right now. And I would like to preface all of this by saying it's the man's name. So I cannot be in trouble or dumped for this. I can't. It's his name. There's no way to talk about the Hawks and not talk about.
It depends on, and I don't even know the name. It depends on how you use it. If you use it in a certain way, it doesn't matter if it's someone's name. I guess you didn't pay attention to the training.
No, I did.
I'm
saying it's the man's name.
Okay.
The man's name. Former Kansas Rock Chalk Jayhawk starter turned Atlanta Hawk power forward Grady Dick. That's his name. And my favorite thing right now is the jersey swaps that are going on between NBA players who clearly admire and appreciate the college athleticism of Grady Dick. And so you have a bunch of players that are seeking this guy out to try to do jersey swaps with him right now. There's been a couple of jersey swaps. It's like I appreciate the admiration of Nasir Little, who wanted to do a jersey swap with Grady Dick. And the picture is iconic because, it's obviously only appreciation of the game between each other. I think that's fantastic. I saw one the other day, one of my favorites. I thought this was just incredible sportsmanship when Anthony Black wanted to do a jersey swap with Grady Dick. I thought, isn't this amazing that we have this level of sportsmanship and appreciation across it? And right now the NFL needs it more than ever. Like it's time that the guys in the association need to kind of bond with each other, need to build a shell around each other right now and protect each other. So I think seeing these jersey swaps are great. And I don't know how or why it became the fact that the most anticipated, the most sought after jersey swap is Kansas Rock Chalk Jayhawk legend Grady Dick. So I thought that was cool, man. There's not really a story there other than I thought it was cool that those guys wanted a jersey swap. All right. Big jersey day on the show today. Big jersey day on the show today. We had the Grateful Dead of the Oregon Ducks.
It sounds like the show's coming from New Jersey for sure. I
mean, we got to talk about New Jersey because
we do.
There's some fellas in New Jersey that may or may not be in the news. We're coming to that. Since you just pulled up the Oregon Ducks uni, great one. I'm gonna give you another one to look out that's dropping this weekend. The Tulane Green Wave are rolling out a specialty jersey this weekend. Now, this one's a little more niche than the Grateful Dead. This one's going to hit home for me a little harder than it's going to hit home for y'all. But Tulane is rolling out a New Orleans City Connect, a New Orleans tribute jersey. The Tulane Green Wave, of course, in uptown New Orleans. That's where they play their ball. And it is 1,000% an extra busy, over-the-top New Orleans tribute, right? So the helmet, the underline of the helmet is every sidewalk in New Orleans is 100 years old and cracked to hell and back, right? Like it's a running joke. They just don't fix the sidewalks. And when you are in a city of these 300-year-old oak trees going everywhere, the roots of the oak tree break up the sidewalk, so it's just cracked. So they get this cracked sidewalk on the helmet. And then in New Orleans, all around the city, the streets, when you stand on the corner, every street in New Orleans, they have these porcelain white with blue letter tiles that are inlaid into the sidewalk, and that's how they label their streets, right? They're very famous. You can go and you can buy these tiles to make your own, address placard or whatever, but they're iconic in the city of New Orleans. So Tulane across the helmet is written in those tiles, which are only exclusively New Orleans. Then on the jersey, the nameplate on the back is also made up of the porcelain street tiles that are all over New Orleans. And then there's the features, which is like, obviously, if you go, again, uptown, which if I say uptown New Orleans, if you ever think about a movie filmed in New Orleans, right? Princess and the Frog, I got the wife to watch that the other day. It's iconic. But if you think about those old big New Orleans mansions and all that, that's uptown on Canal Street. And they're all surrounded by wrought iron fence, and all the wrought iron has little fleur-de-lis on the top of it.
I like the helmets. The helmets are cool. The uniforms.
I love them. But again, this is what
the color is not. I mean,
so it
doesn't work well with the helmets.
It's very New Orleans-y. And so the reason that I bring these things up is because I've talked about this for many years. It is, I think, college football, all of it. College football is at a point where brand awareness and recognition, honestly, it might be as important as getting good recruits at this point, because I think it is going to be and continue to be and grow as a large motivating factor to getting good recruits, right? So I had this conversation with a buddy of mine yesterday on his radio show down in Louisiana. He said, Rob Brown, you're outside of the market a little bit. Is Brian Kelly the right guy for LSU? And I said, no, he's not. And I think we knew that 2 years ago, but I also get how much money you gave him. You didn't want to move off of him. But Brian Kelly might be the least likable guy in college football. That's actively coaching. Urban Meyer's a thing. But like Brian Kelly might be the least likable dude in college football. I said, and when you are struggling at LSU to put together a team, and I'm not talking about like the stars, I'm talking about the depth guys, right? Like this is a conversation I think we need to have in college football, that we talk about the 4s and the 5 stars. Sure, we talk about the 4 and the 5 stars. But the reality is, if you have a good college football team, it's because you are nailing the 3 stars, the 2 and the 3 stars, the guys that round out the roster, right? Well, if you go to Southeastern Louisiana, every kid in Southeastern Louisiana, every kid is raised to be an LSU Tiger. As far as the mixture of college football fans, like around here, you got a good mix, right? You got a lot of South Carolina fans, a lot of Clemson fans, but you also have a lot of Georgia fans and a lot of Alabama fans and a lot of Auburn fans, because you're all kind of geographically linked. That's not how it is in Southeastern Louisiana. Everybody in Southeastern Louisiana wants to be a Tiger. So you should have no problem getting every kid worth a damn out of Southeastern Louisiana to want to come there, and Brian Kelly can't do it. Well, Tulane's taking advantage of that right now. Tulane said, okay, all these kids that should have always historically wanted to be LSU guys, 3-star guys. At LSU, a 3-star guy is a depth guy. At Tulane, a 3-star guy is a stud. That's the guy who builds the program. And so Tulane the last couple of years has started to say, we don't have to go recruit 3 stars from all 50 states. There's enough guys that aren't, like, they're not turned on by Brian Kelly and LSU right now, and we can keep them in New Orleans. We can keep them right here. And so Tulane, leaning into that, is going, well, let's just build a whole uniform that is literally over the top New Orleans, like just obnoxiously NOLA. And I saw a lot of people on the internet saying, and if you haven't Googled it, go Google it, take a look at what I'm talking about. I saw a lot of people on social media saying, oh my God, these are so extra. They're so over the top. They're so loud. They're so busy. Yeah, that's New Orleans. Right? Like that's what that city is. That city revels in that. That city is always over there. That's why I love it. New Orleans, Louisiana is the best city in the world. But it's just always over the top, obnoxious, loud, but also at the same time laid back and never takes itself seriously. So they built a whole jersey that's a tribute to that. And these are the things that it may not feel like it's much to you. But if you're a kid that's growing up in Southeast Louisiana, if you're a kid that's growing up in New Orleans, and historically you'd be an LSU guy, but you're not turned on by Brian Kelly, and you know you'd be a depth guy under a coach you don't like, Tulane is showing you, like, we love it here. This is our city. This is our place. And if they can do it through an overt action like designing a jersey that says, hey, you know that place you grew up around and that you love? Yeah, we love it too. Look, come here. The Oregon Ducks. Are there a lot of 17-year-old kids coming out of high school right now that are big Grateful Dead fans? No. But what did the Ducks do? We're doing Grateful Dead so we can keep our boosters and our donors who love the Dead happy. And it's Oregon, so you know that's all of them. But they made them young and cool and contemporary. They got the diamond pattern on the shoulders, and they're still the all black, but the tie-dye's not over the top. This is brand awareness. This is how you stay successful in the new age of college football. And I think it's great from those two squads. And also, do you think if I got a Rob Brown jersey made and I went to a Hawks game, I could do a jersey swap with Kansas Rockjaw Jayhawk legend Grady Dick? I feel like we could pull it off. We'll see. I'm Rob Lonzo. We got 4 hours of this crap, y'all. Strap in. We're going to have a good time. The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate.
Back up, bro. Let me see this, bro. Let me see the crew.
Kansas City Chiefs are playing nugget football. So they have a football field and they have a goalpost and they're trying to kick field goals.
Like
with
paper
nuggets.
football, but with chicken nuggets?
Yes.
Nice. Kane, I will say this. I suspect that the Venn diagram of dead heads and parrot heads has got a pretty big overlap to it. I'd suspect the crossover of Buffett fans and Grateful Dead fans has a pretty hefty crossover to it. I'm in that crossover. I love both. I love Jimmy Buffett. Grew up on the beach. Of course I do. Also love the Dead. Stay right there, Garrus. Be right back. Those weren't words. Stay right there, guys. We will be right back. I'm good at this.
Can't wait.
The Juggalos can go to hell. Oh, man. You know what's really weird?
Yeah, with those three fan bases, you know who's going to win a fight, though.
You ever seen Juggalos?
Yes.
They're mostly skinny little twerps. And they got, as Chuck would say, some biggins in the Juggalo audience.
Yeah, but they got a little psycho in them.
Unfortunately, I went to school with two kids who were, when I say Juggalos, suspended multiple times for wearing the face paint to school. And they were, this is from me. They were too out there for me to be friends with. I tried. Just too out there. I was friends with everybody. They were too far gone. Pal, buddy, I don't want to do this segment, but I have to. I don't want to talk about this, but I have to. And I don't want to talk about it because two different conflicting viewpoints that I hold are about to butt heads in real time. You watch any of the Thursday night game last night? More importantly, great one. Did you get a chance to watch the second half of last night's game yet?
All right. My Prime crashed a bunch of times, and I'm just like...
Mine was struggling, too.
Yeah, so like, okay, forget it. I mean, I don't really want to watch this game, but I was going to for work because I don't like either team. But, yeah, I couldn't.
Okay.
I did try. I attempted multiple times, and I said, you know what? I'm just going to go to bed.
I finished it with some dramatic buffering time.
I watched. Do you know what I know what you did last summer? That's what I did.
That's what you watched.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, it's almost Halloween. I get it. I watched this game last night, and there was a spot late in the game where two conflicting philosophies, beliefs, whatever you want to call them, came into play in a way that made me uncomfortable. Let me tell you what they are. One of them has been exposed on this radio program a number of times over the past year. Mike McDaniel is the head coach of the Miami Dolphins. Why are you talking about the Dolphins, Rob? Slow down, relax. I'm about to explain. Mike McDaniel is the head coach of the Miami Dolphins. I have said many times I wanted Mike McDaniel to be successful because Mike McDaniel's a big nerd, and I love it. He showed up wearing the shoes and the joggers, which I have been squarely won over to Team Joggers. He showed up with the glasses and the comic book references. My man was on the sideline trying to cover up hitting his vape pen with his play card and unsuccessfully doing so. I objectively loved Mike McDaniel and really wanted him to work out, but he's not working out. And I have said a few times, belief number one, the reason why is as much as Rob Brown is Liber Rob the woke warrior, and I think it's okay for guys to have a cry every now and then. I think it's okay to show a little emotion. And I think it's okay when you are having emotional struggles to talk to someone about them. In fact, I encourage it. I have been to therapy and I tell you it changed my life. I believe that there is a healthy way for men to express their emotion outwardly in a way that will allow you to recenter yourself to be the best version of yourself. And I think it is important that everyone does so. However, I also recognize that football locker rooms are not that. They're just not. They're not that. That's not that place for them. And as much as I would love for that not to be true, the reality is it's one of the last places on earth that is ever going to change to be that proverbial safe space for men to be able to have some sort of outward expression of emotion. And Mike McDaniel does not have the that you need to be a leader in the locker room. You have to do one of two things. You either have to walk in that locker room and be an objective badass, or what's the one thing that will allow you to get away with anything? Winning. You have to win. If Mike McDaniel was still having the first ranked offense in the NFL, Mike McDaniel could walk in there every day playing Pokemon on his Switch and whatever, and nobody would care. Nobody would care. So I have said a few times, if Mike McDaniel was, I hate to say it this way, was more of a traditional football man, they might not have the leadership issues they're having right now. And then there's the conflicting thought of, but also, I think you should be yourself. I think you should be yourself always. I think you should express yourself the way you want to express yourself. I think you should handle life the way you want to handle life. Zoe and I have never made a secret that neither one of us is your traditional sports talk radio guy. No, I'm in here today in a obnoxious Hawaiian shirt with pink flamingos on it.
I thought it was kind of muted for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's scaled back. This is as quiet as I get. If you go into the Fortress of Nerditude over there, it looks like two 12-year-olds live in it. Don't care. That's what we like. Those are the things we like.
12 and a half.
Whatever. Those are the things we like. Like, express yourself, be yourself. There's nothing that will hold you back more than holding yourself back by not being yourself. And then also, if you want to command the respect and leadership of a locker room, you do have to have kind of that football mentality, right? So Carson Wentz was starting for the Minnesota Vikings last night, and the Vikings got their asses handed to them by the LA Chargers. It was not enjoyable in any way, shape, or form. There was nothing fun about that game. And my guy Carson Wentz, who of course took over when J.J. McCarthy was allegedly injured, and still isn't back, by the way. But when J.J. McCarthy got hurt, Carson Wentz took over, because you'll remember Minnesota last year had Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones on that roster, allowed both of them to leave town. So they had to turn to Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz was getting his ass kicked last night, sacked 5 times in that game, and was hit 8 more. The dude was getting crushed last night. And in the fourth quarter of that game, you could see that Carson Wentz, who was wearing a brace on his arm because he has had multiple injuries to his arm, he was getting hit coming up and like holding that arm. Like, this hurts, dog. So in the fourth quarter, after sack number 5, Carson Wentz goes to the sideline, and you can see the man actively and literally breaking down in tears. Like not, oh, he looks like he's going to cry. I mean, you can see the tears. He is actively bawling. And then he goes to the bench, and he's like trying to cover himself up with a towel. Understandable. And he gets to the bench, and he sits back, and I'm going to do a little dramatic acting. This is why you need to come watch us on the Facebook stream, facebook.com/thefanupstate, the Fan Upstate on YouTube and Twitter, the Rob Brown Show on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Because sometimes we go a little deeper than just talking on the radio. He goes to the bench, and he does the like slump down thing, and he puts his head back, and he's covered his face with a towel, and then he's like, every now and then he's like, he can tell he's clearly like, F word, and then he like slumps back down. It was hard to watch. And as this is happening, Kirk Herbstreit, who is on color for Amazon's Thursday Night Football broadcast, is like, I know that he's hurting, and I know he's taking a lot of heat, and I know he's gotten hit a lot tonight, but you can't do that. You're the quarterback. You can't do that. You got to go to the sideline, and you got to show leadership and toughness. You can't do all that. And I'm like, Kirk, this man's getting his ass beat. Like, this man is getting crushed tonight. But I also understand that what Kirk says is also correct. It's also true. You're not going to, as a quarterback or any other position, be able to go to the sideline with so much frustration and pain, I have no doubt, clearly wincing from the pain, to go to the sideline, be actually crying, slump down on the bench like you've already lost the game. And they did. They're down like 34-7 at this point. Like you've actively lost the game, and expect that you are going to go back into that locker room today and be like, all right, guys, here's what went wrong and here's what we can clean up. Like, nobody's going to listen to you. And it makes me sad. And I'll tell you what the ultimate hook of this is. What makes me sad is I recognized when I was watching that happen, and I was on one hand 1,000% feeling Carson Wentz. I get it, bro. Sometimes you just got to let it out. There is nothing wrong with that. Sometimes have a cry, let it out. That there's nothing not manly about that. But on the other hand, also agreeing with Kirk Herbstreit of, there's no way that you are going to now walk into that locker room on Friday and go, here's everything that went wrong last night from my perspective. Here's what we needed to fix it. I'm a leader of the team. Follow me. When the boys saw that, what pained me last night the most was, I think you watched the career of Carson Wentz come to an end.
All right. So I'm curious, with the amount of hits, did he get checked for a concussion? Because I've had several incidents where I was around people who had concussions, and one of which tight end took a big hit in football, and one of the guys come down and got me and said, John is crying in the shower. And I went and looked, and he was bawling his eyes out, got him out of the shower, got him to get his clothes on, and told him to go across the street because our dorm was across from the stadium. Go get the trainers now. And they went and got the trainers, and he had a major concussion, and no one checked, no one knew. And I've seen this happen a couple other times with friends who they just, after they took a hard hit to the head, they started crying. So I am curious why he wasn't checked for that.
I mean, first off, we don't know if he was or wasn't. Like they're not going to, they might tell you he went in the tent. I don't know that they was or wasn't. What I do know is, and yes, there is, I have heard this. I have not experienced it, fortunately for me, but I have heard of the fact that you take a concussion, which is effectively your brain rattling around in your skull and suffering injury because of it. It absolutely 1,000% can change your mood. I'm not going to say I don't know any of this. I don't know that that is true, untrue. I don't know. Here's what I know. Regardless of the cause, whether it was out of frustration, whether it was out of pain, whether it was out of embarrassment, whether it was because of a concussion, what I know is I watched a grown-ass man with years of NFL experience, a very trustworthy backup quarterback who could have been in the league for another handful of years. I think I watched a career end, because as much as, again, I do think it is a good thing as a man to have a place to have an outlet for your emotion, to have a place where you can put that emotion. And if it's with the boys at the bar, or it's at the wife at home, or if it's with your dog, whatever, have a place to have a cry and let it all out. On the flip side, I also know that a football locker room is a old school, stereotypical, male-dominated space. And if you have that outlet in front of the fellas, they're not going to say, I can't wait to come in tomorrow and hear what Carson thinks went wrong and to follow his leadership to get it fixed. Here's the reality. JJ McCarthy, you better be ready next week, because we watched, and I despise it. I hate it. It makes me sick to my stomach, and I mean that. I was uncomfortable last night, not because Carson Wentz was crying or slumped on the bench or upset or whatever. I was upset and pained to watch it because that man's career ended last night, because nobody's going to follow that guy at that point. Kirk was right, even if Carson was fully justified in having the emotional breakdown that he had. It sucks. It sucks. All right, let's take a break. When we come back here in just a minute, first segment of the hashtag Friday Football Fiesta Breakdown. We'll start looking at the college weekend. We'll do some NFL later on. Plenty of guests lined up. We'll tell you about all of it coming up on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Joe, what's up, buddy? Welcome in. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, man. And thanks for the kind words. I'm also glad to still be doing my thing. All right, got to run to a break. Got to hit the head. Be right back, guys. This weekend's a good weekend in college football. Obviously, we are going to dial in on the games upcoming for Clemson taking on Duke. And I will tell you right now, I do not think, in weeks gone by, when I said, hey, Georgia Tech is a good team, Clemson fans, you better not sleep on this squad. When I said SMU is a good team, Clemson fans, you better not sleep on this squad. When we have had those conversations in weeks gone by, the thoughts were, to me, the rest of the ACC is getting better. And I still believe that is true. Florida State's not, obviously.
Clemson has a bye this week, by the way.
I know.
Okay.
We're getting out ahead of ourselves.
I was just making sure that everyone.
No, yeah, Clemson's on the bye. They got Duke next week on the 1st of November. When I'm talking about Duke, the reason I'm putting Clemson out first is because they are on the bye. But I also think this might be the most important bye of Dabo Swinney's entire career. It might be. Because the difference between coming out in the next 5 games and going 5-0, the difference between coming out and going 5-0 or 4-1 or 3-2 or 2-3 or 1-4, the difference in all of those results are massive. Yesterday, I was asked to go on a show in Rochester, New York. Shout out to the fan in Rochester, New York.
Hey.
They're playing the Bills, or the Panthers play the Bills this weekend, and that's a Bills station. So they reached out, one of our brother Odyssey stations, the fan in Rochester, called down and said, Rob Brown, do you mind coming on and talking Panthers Bills? And then we'd like to ask you a little college football. And I said, sure, absolutely. And so they specifically wanted to ask about Clemson because Clemson being a high-profile program that was the way that it was for as long as it was, and, hey, welcome to Georgia and Alabama's world. When you're on top of the game for a hot minute, there's not much Americans love more than watching the legs get kicked out from underneath the dynasty, right? Zoe's been watching that for 3 years. The entire country is waiting on the Chiefs to get owned. And every time they don't, it builds a little more. So folks outside of this area are interested in what is happening with Clemson. So they asked specifically about that on a station in Rochester, New York. Now, that also goes into play that Syracuse is up there. They're really excited about Fran Brown. They believe that Syracuse is on the upward trajectory to returning to previous glory. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Because I think Fran Brown, if he has another surprise year or two, I think Fran Brown becomes a high-profile target. The folks down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, have already started targeting Fran Brown as a potential replacement for Brian Kelly at LSU. We'll put that aside and come back later. So we got to the conversation about Clemson, and they said, is this the year that Dabo Swinney is fired from Clemson? And I said, no. No, there's no chance Dabo's getting fired. In fact, the more likely outcome is that Dabo Swinney retires or decides, yeah, you know what? Everybody's bit me on the ass here enough. I'm done with it. I'm moving on. But I don't think either of those things happens. That being said, I did that interview. I went back. I thought about it a little bit more. And my thought became, there are right now 2 games that I think Clemson not just can lose. I think there are 2 games Clemson might lose, like probably lose. First off, if you think that the Duke Blue Devils are the old school Blue Devils, you're wrong. You're wrong. That's a good team. And Darian Mensah, who, by the way, I go back to the Duke-Georgia Tech game where I said, hey, Georgia Tech, how are they an underdog? Remember on the opening drive of that game, Duke got all the way down to the 1-yard line. Darian Mensah fumbled the football. If Duke punches that in and they go up 7-0 on drive number 1, the entire chemistry of that game might change. They didn't. And I got lucky on that, but they don't fumble that football. They might be the team that beats Georgia Tech, the team that beat you. It's a good Duke team. And then there's number 19, Louisville, who just knocked off Miami to get into the top 25. That's what Louisville's one of those teams before the season. I'm like, you better watch out for Jeff Brom and the Cardinals because with Miller Moss, they can spin the bean a little bit. They're going to go out there and have 350, 400-yard games. And this was against a Miami defense that is one of the best 3 or 4 in the country. and Louisville spun the rock. There's 2 L's right there for Clemson. So now the question is, between Florida State, Furman, and South Carolina, how many of those could be L's? If this team is 1-4, my thought is Dabo's not getting fired, but if I'm Graham Neff, would not this be the spot that if you're Clemson, you go to Dabo and you say, you stay, Tom Allen stays, I'll let you decide if Garrett Riley stays. And that's not because I think Garrett Riley deserves to stay or go now. That's because I am fully convinced at this point that Dabo Swinney has a restrictor plate on Garrett Riley. I am fully convinced that he has got the handcuffs on Garrett Riley. I've been making this argument for 3 weeks now, and I am more convinced after the SMU game than I ever have been. The handcuffs are on. So, Dabo, if you are going to demand that the offense stay the offense, sure, I'll let you lay it. But Tom Allen stays, and everybody else that is, because I used this word for the first time yesterday on the airwaves of Rochester, New York. I have not used this word about the Clemson program, though we have gone down this trail of conversation before. Clemson's a nepotism program right now. Clemson's a nepotism program. Look at the coaching staff. Who is on it? It's all former Dabo players, former Dabo guys. This has been the numero uno critique of Dabo Swinney for some time. CJ Spiller, who, again, I love CJ Spiller. I've interacted with him 3 or 4 times since he got the job. I've interacted more with CJ Spiller than I have Dabo Swinney since he got the job. Love CJ Spiller. Love him as a player. Loved him at Clemson. Loved him when he played for the Saints. Loved him in the NFL. Love him as a guy. Every time I bumped into him, he's been very kind, gracious. Love him. But he wasn't ready for that job. He wasn't. He's not a guy, especially coming into a year where you didn't have a running back on the roster and you had to adapt somebody into that role. He's not the guy you should have had in that position. That's a nepotism hire. And he's just the brightest shining example, but there's a lot of that guys on that roster. A lot of those guys on that roster. And the thought that I have is, if you believe, as I do, that a huge chunk of the problems for Clemson this year are coaching centric, and I do, in what world do I expect that to just suddenly get fixed, right? Like they're just going to come off the bye and it's all going to be fixed. I think that's what people expected after North Carolina, Boston College. And again, as Zoe pointed out in the opening segment on Monday, saying we didn't have Cade Klubnik and that's why we lost to SMU is incorrect. Because Christopher Vizina played pretty good football for the Tigers under center on Saturday. I don't think it was on Vizina.
Would have did more if he was allowed to. At least
and I agree with that. I agree with that. I think Chris Vizina was dealing with a lot of the same things that Cade Klubnik has been dealing with, which is they put him in handcuffs as a quarterback. We're running these plays. This is what we do. Doesn't matter if it's not working. This is what we do. And so, to me, this bye week presents an opportunity for Dabo Swinney that I don't think he's going to take advantage of, but the opportunity is there. And the opportunity is to say, fellas, when we get into this next game against the Duke Blue Devils, and this is, you ought to spend this weekend in genuine reflection. When we get to Duke, when we get to Florida State, because let's keep it a buck, Mike Norvell's coaching for his job now. I don't think it matters. I think the decision's already been made in Tallahassee that Mike Norvell is gone at the end of the year. I just don't think that they were able to get enough in the coffers from the boosters to pull the trigger on an in-season firing. I think he's already done. But they're going to let him finish the year, which means he's coaching for his life, whether it is with Florida State or to build a resume to get picked up to go coach at, Delta State or whatever. And they've got athletes on that team. I believe the problem with Florida State, much as it is with Clemson, the problem is coaching. The difference is Mike Norvell's coaching for his life, which I think would make him more apt to make changes. Maybe for the good, maybe for the bad, we'll find out. Dabo's not afraid for his job. He shouldn't be afraid for his job. His job should not be under threat. But if you're not afraid of your job being lost, you're probably not going to make the dramatic changes that somebody would make if their job is at risk, like Mike Norvell. So this bye week, I hope, is one that Dabo spends in reflection. And what I would like to think happens is that Dabo Swinney looks at it. And I'm not talking about the portal. I'm not talking about NIL. I'm not talking about any of the off-season criticisms of doing it Dabo's way, whether it works or doesn't. I'm just talking about football. Your offense has been hamstrung, and I do not for a second think that Garrett Riley is in control of that. Because, again, if you can look at the 2022 year, the 2023 year, if you can look at Garrett Riley when he was at TCU, and that offense had more explosive plays, more 50-plus yard plays, more 20-plus yard plays, more 50-plus yard touchdowns, more 20-plus yard touchdowns, and a higher EPA and SP plus than most other offenses in college football. And look at how that offense worked. And you think you can see that offense at Clemson? And you think Garrett Riley is running that offense? I don't know how you arrive at that conclusion. It's like he forgot the playbook at TCU. So I would like to think that this bye is a wonderful opportunity for Dabo Swinney to look around at this team and go, what we're doing isn't working. What we're doing isn't working. And if I am the one that is handcuffing us by making everything be my way, maybe I should do what a lot of other great coaches do. And I should turn my guys loose. I should turn my football guys loose and let them go coach the team. Because I don't think that's happening. And I go look at Nick Saban when he was at Alabama. One of the things I always enjoyed about Nick Saban was if you ever watched film on Nick Saban coaching on a Saturday, and this is, I've said this many times, Nick Saban, the one guy, not a great Saturday coach. And I think he knew that. So what did Nick Saban do? Nick Saban said, defensive coordinator, go defensive coordinate. Offensive coordinator, go offensively coordinate. Go put us a plan together. And then go out there and have the boys execute that plan. I think the best coaches do that. They stay involved, but without micromanaging. They macromanage. And I think Dabo Swinney has been micromanaging. And it's understandable. The more things go wrong, the more you want to micromanage. The problem is when you micromanage and the micromanage causes the problem, the way to fix the problem is not to double down on the micromanagement. And I feel like that is what's happening. This team has doubled down on micromanagement instead of saying, what if we let Tom Allen coordinate a defense? And what if we let Garrett Riley open up the offense? We've got more athletes than most teams do. Let's take advantage of that. We've seen the boys. And now you got to do all that without Brian Westco Jr., by the way. Now you got to do it without your number one wide receiver. So more than ever would be the time to unleash Garrett Riley. Let's look like TCU that went to a national championship game. Let's look like TCU. And I don't know if that's going to happen, but I will tell you right now, if you change nothing, Duke can beat you. If you change nothing, the best version, as bad as this team is, if you change nothing, the best version of Florida State, assuming that Mike Norvell is coaching for his job and he does all of this too, the best version of Florida State can beat you right now. Louisville can absolutely beat you. South Carolina. And here's the weird thing. This is the part I don't like to say. The only two teams that I look down this list and I go, as of right now, I would not guarantee an L or a dub is Furman and South Carolina. South Carolina is the 7th worst offense in college football right now. There are only 8th worst. There are only 7 teams in college football less efficient than South Carolina right now. They are the only team in the SEC that is not averaging 300 yards a game or more with Lenore Sellers. So South Carolina, you got the same problems, and we're going to come to you here in a minute because I got to tell you, I don't think I've ever said this before. Gamecock fans, you might as well not watch the game tomorrow. Honestly, you might as well not watch the game tomorrow. It is not going to be fun or pretty. There's going to be no spark of hope.
They're going to watch. If you're a fan, you're going to watch the game.
Oh, I didn't say they're not going to.
Yeah,
I'm saying you should.
Again, they said the same thing the last time that South Carolina upset Alabama.
Which was when?
I don't remember the year.
Exactly.
I don't remember stuff like you do as far as that goes, but I do remember what a great feeling it was.
I bet you do. And you will not have that feeling tomorrow.
I remember Steven Garcia beating them.
Steven Garcia did beat him.
Yeah.
It will not happen tomorrow.
An amazing thing. And people were saying what you're saying right now then, and they were wrong. I'm not saying that you're going to be wrong, but watch the game. Anything can happen. It's football. It's amazing. It's a fun sport to watch. And yes, there is a possibility, however minute, that South Carolina could get their offense correct and beat an Alabama team that struggled early in the year. That could go back to their struggling in this game because they believe like Rob Brown does.
Wait. Struggle. They had one game bad, and it was week 1.
Yeah,
they have kicked everybody's ass since then.
Struggled earlier. Last I checked, first game of the year would be early in the year.
No, it is, but you made it sound like they were like bad 3-4 weeks, and they found some. They were bad for 60 minutes.
So I did a radio thing. Wow. Why would I do that for?
We don't do that around here. Texas said the comment has been made even by you. Is Riley running the Clemson offense, not Riley offense? So this is 100% on Dabo, not Riley. Yeah, no, I agree. Take the chains off. Let the boys run. Let's see what happens. Gamecock fans, it's going to be bad for you this weekend. I'll tell you why coming up later on in the show. Sports Flash now because I'm late.
And so negative. Take the negative stuff out of here. Former player and coach Damon Jones, who was arrested yesterday, allegedly provided injury information about LeBron James when he was a part of the Lakers coaching staff. The federal indictment against Jones contains texts to co-conspirators telling them to make bets in games where LeBron wasn't going to play. The Lakers had no comment on the story. The LA Chargers beat the Vikings last night 37-10. Justin Herbert completed 18 of 25 passes for 227 yards and 3 touchdowns and rushed for 62 more. Running back Kimani Vidal carried 23 times for 117 yards and a touchdown. World Series game number 1 is tonight. The Dodgers announced Blake Snell as their opening pitcher earlier this week, and Trey Yesavage will go for Toronto. Yesavage will become the first rookie in a Game 1 World Series start since Anthony Reyes and Justin Verlander dueled in 2006. Hour number 2 of the Rob Brown Show is coming up next.
From the News Talk 98.9 WORD Traffic Center, I'm Bill Brooks on the Fan Upstate. Mad World Haunted Attraction is now open. Voted one of America's top haunts and number 1 in South Carolina. Mad World is much more than just a haunted house. It's a fall tradition like no other. Explore your way through the award-winning haunted house, trail full of rooms, interactive seats, and top-notch actors. Haunted house is not your thing? We have 18-hole mini golf, axe throwing, and carnival games. Enjoy our food, bonfire, roaming characters, 3D photos, gift shop, and fun for the whole family. Still too faint of heart? Grab one of our no-scare medallions to brave the attractions with your friends. Got kids?
See, that's the thing, Jacob. I mean, if you believe, like Rob does, that you should not be watching this game because it's going to be ugly, it may end up being ugly. I mean, more than likely, the odds are that it will be. But what if it isn't and you missed it? Because you were listening to advice who said, hey, don't watch it.
Save big store-wide and pay no interest till November 2027. Only at Jeff Lynch Appliance and TV Center. Sealy's full-type topper hybrid firm mattress, your choice, only $488. $300 in-store gift card on Tempur-Pedic's adjustable base bedding. Over 100 quality recliners to choose from, starting at only $397. Southern Motion, Hooker, Flex Steel. Save up to 38% on quality Hooker furniture for the very best service, selection, and price. Come to Jeff Lynch Appliance.
This could indeed end up being the best game that Lenore Sellers and the defense and everyone in the game and the current Gamecocks has played. It could happen. Just because it's unlikely doesn't mean it's impossible.
You don't pay unless we win. No fees, no risk, just results. Because getting help should never cost you. Just call Joel, 864-888-8888. Attorney Ken Harrell, 114 Williams Street, Greenville.
The Fan Upstate is your home for Furman Paladins football. Every play, every game, all season. The Fan Upstate.
Not World, first break.
97.1 FM Spartanburg and on the Odyssey app. The Paladins play only on the Fan Upstate. W249EL Group, W246CD Spartan, W2CXTL, and the official sports voice of the Upstate Fan. Pharmacy Sports Region.
And check this out.
Your own official Rob Brown look. Manufactured locally for the Carolinas.
Bro.
Sup, bruh?
The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. The hashtag Friday Football Fiesta is on. Let me set the show up for you because it is busy. We've got your water cooler cheat sheet coming up here in this very segment of the show. The top 3 sports stories that you need to know before you get to the office and start talking sports this AM. Then in the 720 segment, we will talk South Carolina versus Alabama coming up this weekend. Talked a little bit about what I hope, not expect, I don't think it's going to happen, but what I hope Clemson does during their bye week, setting up for Duke next week and the back 5 games of the schedule. We'll talk South Carolina, Alabama coming up in the next segment of the show because I've already stated, I think it's going to be a bloodbath. And I do not think South Carolina is going to enjoy this game. We'll circle back around to that in the next segment. We will end this hour of the show with some of the other biggest football games in the college football slate coming up. At 8 o'clock, we will take a look up and down the NFL schedule for our favorite games of the weekend. Give you some thoughts on that. At 8:20, we will play a game that, courtesy of the NBA, we did not get to play yesterday. That game, of course, will be Football Gods or Total Frauds.
I cannot wait. This is going to be the best thing that we've ever done in our award-winning history.
I put some effort into it because we've been building it up for 2 days, but the NBA blew up in our faces yesterday, so we didn't get to it. And I think it was the right call. But at 8:20, we will play Football Gods or Total Frauds. Then at 8:40, Rashad Beard swings by from the Panther Nation podcast. We'll get his thoughts on last week's win over the Jets. And this week, the difficulty level upped a little bit as you take on the Buffalo Bills. It is at the crib. That's the good news. Bryce Young is out. That's the bad news. We'll talk to Rashad Beard at 8:40. At 9 o'clock, the fellas from the Moving the Chains podcast will pull up. They'll set you up for the high school football Friday night action. Then at 9:20, Denton Day, the host of College Football Overtime on Sirius XM, will swing by. We'll get his thoughts on the biggest games in the college football weekend. Then we'll wrap the show up with our picks, projections, and prognostications from the biggest games of the weekend here on a hashtag Friday Football Fiesta. Now, with all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it is 7:03 in the morning. You have got now less than 57 minutes until you've got to get up, get showered, get dressed, have your breakfast, have your coffee, get in the car, drive to work, sit down at the computer, log in, respond to all of those passive-aggressive emails with even more passive-aggressive emails firing back the other direction, and then go ahead and mentally prepare yourself to ignore work the rest of the day and wait till football kicks off. And in order to do that, you talk sports. And in order to do that, you need to know what's going on in the world of sports. And in order to know that, you need this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
"Oh no, don't start."
Before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
Tis indeed the water cooler cheat sheet, the top 3 sports stories you need to know before we get to the office and start talking sports this AM, whether it's with your coworkers, your supervisor, your manager, your IT guy, the janitor, your boss, or that weirdo that hangs out in the break room all day and you don't actually know what he does for a living. Whoever you talk sports with, this is what you'll be talking about. Let's get to item number 1. It is not just the NBA having multiple major personalities arrested yesterday. Terry Rozier, Miami Heat player, Chauncey Billups, head coach of the Portland Trailblazers, Dante Jones, former player and coach, 11-year vet turned multi-year coach in the NBA. It is the reasons and the story that has been developing since they got arrested that ended up taking over the news cycle yesterday. According to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, there were 2 separate gambling probes that were taking place, and arrests were made in both of them yesterday. In probe numero uno, which is the one Terry Rozier was arrested in, which is the one Dante Jones was arrested in. What we know now, or Damon Jones, pardon me, what we know now is that there were folks inside of the NBA who were giving non-public information out to co-conspirators or confidants outside of the NBA that led to them effectively shaving stats, if not points outright. We know dating back to 2019-ish that Terry Rozier, who was spending time with the Charlotte Hornets at one point, was giving information about games to confidants, and then was getting to a point where he was leaving, in the case of one specific game, leaving games early with injury, and therefore hitting the under on his prop bets. This popped off at one point because a system put in place by multiple sports books found a game where Terry Rozier exited with a foot injury after 10 minutes of play, recording 5 points in the contest. All of his under props hit because he played long enough to qualify, but obviously left the game injured and didn't hit his numbers. There were something to the tune of $14,000 in random bets that were not connected to anything else that all cashed that night. So that started that. There were other investigations, players under investigation as well, including former Detroit Pistons guard Malik Beasley. Allegations that he was under investigation, information that he was under investigation came to light the night before he was set to hit the free agent market not too long ago. He would end up signing a 3-year, $42 million deal to return to the team. We found out that his lawyer said, no, he actually is not a target. There were rumors that he was, yada, yada, yada. Malik Beasley remained unsigned after all of that. And so, obviously, as any story as big and filled with authority figures as this one is going to spawn a ton of conspiracy theories. We also found out there was an illegal poker ring that Chauncey Billups was involved in. That poker ring apparently had direct connections to the actual literal for real mafia, the 5 families of New York, Casa Nostra, et cetera, et cetera. You will notice that anytime that there are stories of organized crime connected to the mafia, you very rarely hear the names that are dropped. You very rarely hear about the names of the 5 families because it's scary, dude. Like, the mafia is a real thing. And
yeah, when I heard like the Gambino family, and I'm like, okay,
you don't hear that.
I did hear that.
Well, no, I'm saying in most times
when
you
I
just
heard
hear the mafia.
When I heard the names of all of them, all I thought is, if you know who all these guys are, why are they still there?
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess you can't get enough dirt to take them down.
Listen, the mafia hasn't been around since the 1910s because they don't know how to cover their asses.
That is true.
Right?
That is
true. That's just a reality. Yesterday,
but when they start naming families, and you've heard of them before?
Yeah.
That's just, wow.
The 5 families, and according to reports, specifically members of and associates of the Bonanno, Gambino, and Genovese families, allegedly became involved in rigged poker games. And what they were doing were using previous and current athletes as bait. Basically, they would go tell people, hey, I got a high-stakes poker game going tonight. Chauncey Billups is going to be there. You remember the Detroit Pistons player, now Portland Trailblazers head coach? You want to play poker with Chauncey Billups? But then they would rig the game. According to FBI reports, if you believe them, there were multiple cheating devices in play. Rigged card shuffling devices that as it monitored the cards, it would tell you, hey, in this hand, this particular player is going to end up with a good hand. glasses and contact lenses that responded to invisible ink, and they would mark the back of cards. So if you had these glasses on, you could just see what that guy had in his hand over there. There were cameras placed in poker chip holders at the table so they could get an eye on whatever. And then other people in the room would relay to their connected players at the table, here's what this person has. Go all in, don't go all in, whatever. And this is for tens of millions of dollars over the years.
I do wonder how they were able to. I read and heard that how they relayed, but they didn't say how they relay. I mean, wouldn't you be looking for like an earpiece or something if you're
not necessarily an earpiece? I mean, listen,
it's more like hand signals.
It would be very easy for me to say,
or a blinking light.
Every time that you look at me and I put my hand to my chin like this, it means don't bet. It means fold, right? Get out of that hand. And that's just something I do. I just go like this. And that tells you don't bet. It's not that complicated. Like, it's really not. What's complicated is to have this many people, high-level athletes, and then, and this is what I'm really interested in with the report, did the people that were the bait for what apparently the mafia called the fish, because you're trying to reel them into the game, do they know what they were doing? And on top of that, and here's where it gets very mafia movie, did they know what they were doing and they were unable to get out of it because the mafia said, hey, if you were to leave this game, something unfortunate might happen to you. You see what I'm saying? Like, this has got the potential to be a big deal. Can I tell you what the actual hook of the story is for me? Because look, at the end of the day, the mafia has always been the mafia. There's not a damn thing I can do about it. Either one day, the highest levels of law enforcement in this country will decide we are going to do away with the mafia or not, but there's nothing I can do about it. What I am interested in, what it does impact me directly, is, of course, the NBA. So now that we are starting to see Terry Rozier get arrested, now we are starting to see other names that are connected to it, up to and including giving away confidential information about injuries or shaving their own stats so that bets win. If the NBA knew, and they did, that Terry Rozier was doing this, was under investigation and was doing this, and the arrest is effectively the culmination of the entire investigation, how was he ever allowed to play basketball again? How was he not suspended indefinitely while this investigation went on? I will take you back to
maybe a chance to catch other players that are doing it.
But even so, you are still, if that is the case,
you're complicit. If you
that is exactly correct, right? I don't even the cops do not let you break a law in order to catch someone else breaking the law. You can't do that. It's entrapment, effectively. Then go back to March of 2026, a story we talked about here on the show. On March 17th, the Charlotte Hornets were scheduled to do a sports betting theme night there in Charlotte, North Carolina. I went up to a Charlotte game last year. Dude, the sports gambling advertisements are bleeping everywhere around that building. They sell it to you in game. The Hornets do. They sell it to you in the game. Be like, hey, if you want to log a bet, go right now to whatever agency, use code word Hornets and get $20 in free bets you can use on tonight's game. They canceled that because Rozier was playing in that game. And then the investigation came out. They're like, oh, maybe not a great look. I have one big question about this. Did the NBA know all this? Were they involved in the cover-up? Was there a cover-up by the NBA? Because I have to say, and I told you yesterday, big NBA guy, have been since I was a child. Can vividly remember watching NBA games, Boston Celtic games specifically, with my Uncle Mike. My first word, because of my Uncle Mike, to the chagrin of my mother, was basketball. I grew up loving the NBA. If the NBA was involved in a cover-up and they knew this was happening and they said whether it was to protect themselves from the mafia, to aid an investigation, I don't care what the reason is. If it turns out that the NBA was covering up athletes rigging games, I will say this into the camera. I will be done with the NBA. We will not talk about the NBA on the show anymore because the NBA will have no reason to be talked about.
Two things. First of all, those people who said, this game is rigged are sitting back on, see, I told you. And then the other thing is, I told you this earlier, I tried to watch some NBA last night and I couldn't because it's in the back of my mind. Is this game rigged? If someone sits down, they sit down because they're tipping off gamblers. I mean, is it? How do you get that out of your head once it's in there?
I mean, I don't know that you can. And even if you could, like I watched some NBA last night. Even the fellas, and you know the boys on Inside the NBA on ESPN, they like to keep it light. Even they had to talk about this last night. Like, Shaq was serious talking about this last night. And I get it. If the NBA goes away due to controversy, Shaq loses the meal ticket. You go, why the hell do I care about the NBA? Therefore, why do I care about Shaq anymore? All right, let's go to item number 2. 37-10, the Chargers absolutely whip up on the Minnesota Vikings last night. Justin Herbert, 18 of 25, 227, 3 touchdowns and a pick, a QB rating of 122. But it was Kamani Vidal who was the star for the Chargers last night. 23 carries, 117 yards. Keep in mind, like, the Chargers running back staple has been busted up, right? They lost Harris. They lost Hampton. Now they're down to Vidal, who started as number 3 on the roster. 23 totes, $117, and a touchdown in the win. Justin Herbert also had 7 carries for 62 yards. Ladd McConkey, 6 for 88, would have gone over 100. Dropped and just dropped the ball, like wide open, running down the field. That would have been good for another 30, 40 more yards, whatever. It was the story about Carson Wentz that had me the most interested. Carson Wentz was sacked 5 times for 27 yards worth of loss. He was hit like 8 more times in this game. And in the fourth quarter of this game, after he got hit again and was clearly in immense amounts of pain and fighting through that pain to play, he went over to the sideline and broke down. I mean, mentally broke down. Like, he was crying. He went to the bench. He was all slumped down on the bench like a guy whose prom date just left him for the quarterback. Like, it was a bad look. And Herb Street was on the video. And he's like, this guy can't show this. Like, you can't show this. You got to be a better leader. You got to be mentally tough. Can't show this. Can't show weakness. I know you're hurting. I know you're in pain, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, dude, on one hand, I get it. Like, I can't imagine the frustration Carson Wentz is in, especially considering he knows this is probably his last crack at like a consistent starting job, right? And it came to its close last night because A, he just wasn't good enough as a player, and then B, he's losing it on the sideline. You can't go back to that guy after this game. Can't do it. So I hope J.J. McCarthy's ready. Otherwise, it's going to be Max Brosmer, who stepped in for 4 passes and went 3 of 4 last night. Okay. Like, that's the Vikings are in trouble. For a team that everybody thought would be in competition for that division, they are in trouble. Let's get to item number 3. Quick headline on this one, because we are going to talk about this game a little bit later on in the show. World Series game numero uno. First pitch tonight at 8 p.m. Blake Snell will toe the rubber for the LA Dodgers. It will be rookie Trey Savage who gets the rock in the start for the Jays. The Jays at the crib as they will host this World Series. This one's interesting because Blake Snell has been lights out so far this postseason. But so is Trey Savage as a rook. He is going to be the first rookie to start a game to start a game 1 in a World Series dating all the way back to 2006 when Anthony Reyes and Justin Verlander dueled in the World Series. Both of them were rookies. Trey Savage, the first rookie in 19 years to get a game 1 start. But Trey Savage has been relatively good in this postseason. The problem for the Jays is Blake Snell has been unbelievable, lights out. So has the entire Dodger pitching staff. Listen, I want every World Series to do, except that the Braves are playing, but they won't ever again, so don't worry about it. I want every World Series to go Game 7. There is nothing more romantic in baseball, in sports maybe, than a World Series Game 7. It is the most tense event in all of sports. I want a Game 7. I just don't see how the Jays take this to 7. As hot as they are, as outstanding as they were down the stretch in the ALCS, they still went to 7 with the Mariners. The pitching staff of the Dodgers is lights out incredible. They've got the bats hot right now. But even if they don't, they can now win 2-1, 3-2 small ball games. I want this to be a competitive series. I'm just having a hard time seeing how it will be. Blake Snell, as much as I love Trey Savage pulling for the rook, Blake Snell's been unbelievable. Tomorrow, probably Kevin Gausman for Toronto, but the Dodgers going with Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who has been lights out in this postseason. And then, if that's not enough, then in Game 3, the Dodgers throw Glass now. In Game 4, they throw Ohtani. Like, that's 4 of the best pitchers not in the National League, in baseball, back to back to back to back. Find me 2 wins for the Blue Jays in that before we cycle back around to Snell. I can't do it. So the only hope the Jays have is that between Snell, Yamamoto, Glasnow, and Ohtani, 2 of those 4 have off nights. 2 of 4 have off nights. 50% of their starters have off nights. I don't see it happening. So I got nothing for you. Pay attention to my social media because former Major League Baseball player Cody Decker and I are going to attempt to record a podcast later this morning or early afternoon that we will drop before the World Series starts on the social media channels at the Rob Brown Show at the Fan Upstate. I will let you know if we get that podcast together. Was going to come on the show today, but he's out in LA and it was just too early in the AM. So Deck and I are going to try to record a podcast right after the show is over for a World Series preview. It'll be about an hour long, and we'll try to get that up before first pitch goes tonight. I'll let you know if we can pull that off. We will talk more about the World Series later on in the show. When we come back, I have said a few times, and we'll say a few more. South Carolina fans, I do not think you're going to be in for a good time tomorrow. Am I hoping for a Cocktober surprise? You're absolutely right, I am. And this feels like the perfect setup for that game. I just have zero to lean on to say it happens. I'll tell you why I feel that way when we come back. Rob Lonzo, the Rob Brown Show's on the radio. It's the Fan Upstate.
Now what?
All right, good morning, guys. Stay right there. Jacob, I'll read your thoughts and everybody else's when we come back. Don't move. one thing alone. And that one thing and one thing alone is that after South Carolina, Alabama plays LSU and Oklahoma, the number 20 and 13 teams in the country. Now, that is a spot that most people would call a trap game. I think it is set up to be a trap game for the Crimson Tide because Alabama LSU is a rivalry game. It's not their biggest rivalry game, but those two teams and those two fan bases especially do not like each other. So maybe they get caught looking ahead. And then maybe they're worried about one-loss Oklahoma, the team that stomped you last weekend in Columbia. And maybe they're looking ahead to those two games, and they're looking at South Carolina and what has happened to that team so far this year at 3-4. And maybe you get overlooked a little bit. Here's a problem that I have for you, South Carolina fans. I don't see this as a trap game for Alabama. I feel like it is not a trap game for Alabama because teams that fall to trap games ordinarily are teams that rely on a lot more explosiveness. They are big play teams. They are teams that are heavy on the chemistry and timing and precision of a passing offense. That's not really Alabama. That's not really how they play ball. I go back and I look, let's say, at their 37-20 win over Tennessee. Now, again, this is a rivalry game. This is one of those games that college football first fans will say, oh, when you get to the third Saturday in October, you can throw the record books out the window. Alabama rushed the ball 32 times last week. They passed it 29 times last week. The longest pass that was completed was 31 yards. They're not a huge explosive offense. And most of the Alabama receiving yards for Ryan Williams and Jeremy Bernard were yak daddy catches, because they're athletes. So there is one bright spot and one bright spot alone for this team. And that one bright spot is maybe it's a trap game. Maybe Alabama's looking ahead to the rivalry game against LSU next weekend. Maybe Alabama's looking ahead to Oklahoma in a couple of weeks down the road. Maybe. But the reality of the situation is what I've seen on the field from the South Carolina offense, you try to do and do not do well what Alabama is the best at defending. Alabama wants to take the line of scrimmage away from you. What has South Carolina been the worst at this season? Anything involving the line of scrimmage. And again, I listened to Mike Shula's press conference earlier this week. And we did a segment yesterday about the fallen Mikes of college football. Norvell, McDaniel of football. McDaniel, Norvell, and Shula, in my opinion. I listened to the press conference, and the reporters who were covering that press conference, they were doing everything in their power to get Mike Shula to say, and honestly, it kind of felt like a parent trying to walk a child into an observation about a negative situation, let them figure it out on their own, right? It felt like they were trying to walk Mike Shula into saying, yeah, we probably need to figure something out about this freaking offense of mine. And Mike Shula in his press conference earlier this week was nothing but platitude after platitude after platitude after platitude. I mean, nothing but platitudes. At one point, they're like, hey, coach, based on the way the offense is going or not going, I said that, not the reporter. How do you talk to the guys about staying confident? And how do you adjust the offense to take advantage of what's working versus get away from what's not? And Shula was just like, well, we asked the boys to have confidence in what we've trained them to do. And, it'd be unfair of us to ask them to have confidence and not have confidence ourselves. So we have confidence in what we're doing. And as I watched that press conference, alone in the bro cave with my two dogs, I scared my two dogs when I heard Mike Shula say, we have to have confidence in what we are doing, when I went, why? Why? Confidence in what? Nothing is working. You are the last place offense in the Southeastern Conference. Your offense, statistically, is worse than Kentucky's offense right now. It is worse than Mississippi State's offense right now. It is worse than Mizzou's offense. It is worse than Auburn's offense. It is worse than offenses of at least 2 SEC schools who are likely going to fire their coaches at the end of the year. It's worse than that. You were the only SEC school who is not getting to 300 yards per game on offense right now. Only one. You are, of 134 college football teams that the NCAA tracks stats for, there are only 7 total that are worse than you in terms of offensive production. So when I hear Mike Shula say, we have confidence in what we're doing. You might have confidence in it. You know what you don't have? Justification for it. That's what you don't have. You are the bald, sweaty, overweight guy that walks up to supermodels in the bar and tries to hit on them and gets rejected time and time and time and time again, but then just keeps and goes throwing the same lines out again. Buddy, you have no reason to be comfortable or confident in what you were doing, and there's not even one example of it working. Like, if that guy landed the supermodel one time, you could go, hey, at least we know it's going to work occasionally. You ain't landed one yet. Where is the justification for, we have confidence in what we're doing? You shouldn't. Because it has not worked out once, not a single time. And as the season goes on, and as Lenore Sellers takes more and more and more punishment, you're going to be able to rely on him less and less and less and less to be Superman. If you were running an offense that worked and Lenore's was able to get into a groove and get confident and get comfortable and yada, 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 then I think at that point you could say, all right, we just need to run the offense enough that Lenore's can put the underoos on the outside, tighten the cape around the neck, and go be Superman. But that's not happening right now. This is why I said earlier in the week, and some of you got mad at me, but I'm still standing on it. If I was Lenore Sellers, I wouldn't play another snap. At least until I saw the offense get changed up enough that I believed that it was worth taking the risk. Like, it's just not there. So I've said a few times, I'll say a few more. I am sorry. I know it's not fun. I know it's disappointing. Alabama's going to win this game by 3+ touchdowns. It's not going to be close because the only weak spot for Alabama, the only weak spot, is not even their interior offensive line. Their left guard's not good. I've watched a bunch of Alabama football this week getting ready for this game. I try to watch game film of the opponents every time. I've watched a lot of Bama football. They have one weak spot. If Jam Miller plays and their running backs are healthy, their only weak spot is their left guard. Do you know what that doesn't match up with? The best part of your defensive line. If it was their left tackle, their right tackle, I'd feel a lot better. I go, okay, the edge rushers are the strength of the South Carolina defense. Maybe they can disrupt. Here's the thing. Because Alabama's not a big down-the-field play offense, they don't need 3 or 4 or 5 seconds of protection. Ty Simpson needs 3 seconds, and that ball's coming out, and it's coming out accurately. He doesn't make mistakes. He's not going to turn the ball over. He's not going to throw picks. That's why he is the most boring Heisman frontrunner of all time. But he's also wildly efficient, doesn't make mistakes. You're not going to have a bunch of stuff to turn over. So, like I said, maybe there's a Cocktober surprise and Lenore does go Superman on you. But I'll tell you right now, I'm betting Alabama to cover this game by a lot of points. It's not good. And I wonder if this is the game that forces Shane to change something, because it's not just an L, but it is an embarrassment. I hope I'm wrong, but right now, that's how I see this thing shaping up. I beg you to tell me the Bama weakness South Carolina can exploit, because I don't see one. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Hey, I'll take credit for being their inspiration. That makes me an influencer, right?
Can you dig it?
Talking about, damn, 4-1, though. I feel like I'm safe.
Are you, though?
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, if I blow it 3 more
I
times, before the
may
end of
have
the show.
to get you emotional in a Carson Wentz kind of way, and you'll make some mistakes.
You're going to make me cry on the air?
I know some buttons.
We'll see. We were talking about South Carolina, Alabama. I'm going to get to some of the other college games here in this segment. But P1 Armada member Jacob is in the live chat. Our stream is up, facebook.com/thefanupstate, the Fan Upstate on Twitter, YouTube, The Rob Brown Show on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. He said, Rob Brown, that's how it was before the Tennessee game in 2022 as well. There was no hope, and I did not even turn on the game. But then we beat the crap out of them, and I ended up watching. The fact of the matter is the Gamecocks always perform best when expected not to. I don't know why it's that way, but it has always been that way. So honestly, there's no telling what will actually happen. All I'm going to say is the Mafia doesn't exist in the South.
Yeah, those were not connected.
No, I know that, but it really made me laugh that they all came in a row.
You tell that to the Spartanburg Mafia. They're real, man. I'm telling you, Jacob.
Gamecock fans, I will ask you this question right now. And I'm going to talk about some of the other games coming up this weekend, but I'm going to ask you this question right now. And I would very sincerely like an answer because I do not have one. Knowing what we know about this team, seeing what we've seen out of this team, knowing that the criticisms clearly don't bother this team because they won't even change the play. They're running play to play. Forget the entire play philosophy that this team brings into a game. What do you hang on to?
Let me ask you
Aside from, I just really like the team and I hope they win. What do you hang on to?
Let me ask you that question. Why do you watch the Saints play every weekend?
Because I like football.
No, why do you watch the Saints specifically every weekend? That is your team. We all know that's your team. Why do you watch them?
Because the NFL.
Do you ever believe they're going to win?
Yeah, when they're good.
Do you ever believe they're going to win?
No, I've bet against the Saints pretty much every week this season.
But yet you still watch.
Correct.
Right, and that's what South Carolina fans are going to do.
Okay, let me start with this. Put to bed don't watch your team because obviously
that's what you said though.
Let me finish.
You did say that.
Let me finish because obviously that is an emotional take. It is a way to exaggerate the fact that I genuinely do think you're going to get your asses kicked this weekend. Like I genuinely do. And it is for two reasons. Number one is I think Alabama is just a hell of a football team. I think this is a national championship caliber team. I think after the Florida State loss, when Kalen DeBoer put on the black hoodie, something about this team changed. And I think you're seeing that because I promise you, you don't want to win this game more than Tennessee wanted to win the game last week. You don't. Tennessee hates Alabama. They wanted to win that game. I will say South Carolina as much as you do. I would say more because they hate each other. I've been in the middle of that rivalry. You don't think Diego Pavia, Clarkley, and Vandy wanted to go down to Tuscaloosa and beat Alabama just as much as, if not more, than South Carolina does this weekend? Of course they did. That's literally the MO of that football team.
I don't believe they ever have, though, and South Carolina has.
Do you think, even with that in the bag, that South Carolina wants this more than Diego Pavia and Clark Lee wanted it at Vanderbilt, especially after last year? I don't. That's the MO of that team.
I don't think there's any way to judge that because each person longs for things differently than the other.
Fine. But that's not how we talk about sports, is it? It's not. That's not how radio works. Georgia. You think number 5 Georgia didn't want to defend the house click-clack from Alabama for the first time in 100 years and prove that they are one of the best teams in the country? Of course they did. And Alabama went to Georgia's crib and got him. You don't think Mizzou, Eli Drinkwitz, like this team is playing like, I won't say most talented, but playing like the best team Mizzou's ever had. You don't think Mizzou wanted it? Of course they did. And Alabama went to their house and beat them. So if they could go to the house of Georgia, who is empirically better than you in just about every way, if they could go to the house of Mizzou, who beat you handily in that same house, and they could beat Mizzou, if they could beat the crap out of Vanderbilt, the same team that beat the crap out of you, I got nothing for you. Like, I want to know from South Carolina fans, and the phone line's open, 844-326-3663. I want to know from South Carolina fans, aside from I love my team and I hope they win. Sure, I get that. I understand that. As long as I pointed out I'm a Saints fan. That has been 99% of my football watching career. But the NFL is different. The NFL is very much more of the any given Sunday mentality. What is, in football terms, position by position, unit by unit, play calling versus play calling, philosophy versus philosophy, talent v talent, coaching v coaching? What is South Carolina's advantage? Give me one. Give me one thing, one position, one unit, one play calling spot, one coaching spot. Give one statistic. Give me one thing that I can look at and go, okay, if South Carolina can exploit that. Because y'all, I tried. I don't like this. My wife's not happy listening to me right now. She's already texted me one time about it.
And she needs to text you a few more. Maybe you'll stop. How is Alabama's special teams?
Better than South Carolina's with the exception of Vakari Swain. However, Vakari Swain had those, 3 punt returns for a touchdown? What's it look like since then? Not good. He's had 1 or 2 decent returns. You had, at that moment, oh, look, maybe Beamer Ball can carry us. Here's the thing. It hasn't. It hasn't since then. Okay, Jacob says, we're at Willie B. That's our advantage. Well, first and foremost, it's a 3:30 game, so you don't get the full liquored up South Carolina crowd like you do.
Wow, ye of little faith.
It's a daytime game.
So you're saying people don't day drink?
I'm saying you don't go as hard. Trust me,
And you're also
Lonzo?
saying that you have to
Lonzo?
drink to be a loud
Lonzo?
crowd. Quit saying my name.
I promise you, of all the things I've ever said, you just got to trust me on this one. You just got to trust me on this one. You just got to trust me.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
No stadium is as loud at 3:30 as it is at 7:30.
Yeah,
it's not true.
I can't. You can't convince me.
I don't.
Of that.
It doesn't matter if I can't convince you. It's true.
That's ridiculous.
Now,
I can show you records from stadiums being loud at that time.
Okay.
Including Arrowhead.
Okay.
Oh, that's the NFL.
Okay.
Well, traditionally college.
Show me
is louder.
Show me the 3 loudest games at Arrowhead. I'd be willing to stake $1 on it. They're night games. Be willing to stake $1 on it. They're night games.
Wow.
Now
$1 per.
Now, sure.
I might have enough to get something off the snack menu at McDonald's.
I will send you with enough to pack a Happy Meal on the way to the crib. I bet you the 3 loudest games at Arrowhead are night games.
3, but okay.
So we're at Willie B. Hey, Jacob, you were at Willie B last weekend when Oklahoma curb stomped your ass. I'm sorry. Like at the beginning of the year, 1,000%. One of the reasons that yours truly was on national shows saying, I think the South Carolina Gamecocks are a playoff team this year. One of the reasons I gave was the rest of the country don't know what Willie B is like. They don't know. They don't get it. They don't understand it. They don't feel the vibe. Willie B is. And I've said it before. I did not appreciate it until I got here and I went to a game. It is why one of the few places that I have actually taken a side on the rivalry, Willie B is light years ahead of Death Valley in terms of stadium experience for me. Now, granted, that's because I like tailgating, drinking, and being loud as hell. But Willie B is a clear-cut, better footballing experience than Death Valley. It just is. Okay? 3:30 in the afternoon, and Oklahoma just came in and beat your ass on that same field. So what? That's not enough for me. That's not enough for me. So again, I ask you one more time. What is the advantage? And I'd also like to point out that Alabama went to Mizzou and won. Now, I'm not saying Mizzou's as loud as Willie B, but I'm saying they're not afraid of road trips. They went to Athens, Georgia. And I will absolutely say that Athens, Georgia, between the hedges, is as loud as Willie B. 1,000% it is. And they went into that house and they won that game. Like everything since the road trip to Tallahassee has been Bama. They're not worried about playing in your house. They don't have a reason to be right now. Not after what Oklahoma did to you last weekend. So again, I asked South Carolina fans, give me, I'm being very genuine with this. This isn't like trying to stir it up. I am genuinely asking you the question. What is the spot? Any spot. What is the spot that you can use to convince me that South Carolina has a prayer other than an actual prayer.
So anytime a team upsets another team, it's because they had an advantage at one point they had an offensive player that was better than everyone on that defense, or it had nothing to do with atmosphere, just the way the ball bounced, anything like. There's always one part of the winning team that was better than the losing team.
I'm thinking of the biggest upset so far this year in college football. I'm thinking about UCLA Penn State started the downfall of the Nittany Lions.
Say that's not really. I mean, now knowing
Now
what we know,
but that started
Penn State.
That started.
I mean, what? Go back to App State, Michigan. What part of App State was better than Michigan? What player was better? What was it? Was the offensive line better than everyone on the? I don't get what you're saying. When a team upsets another team, it's not usually because of one person. It's because of a lot of factors.
I would say, would you say that year was Michigan's head coach that year was Lloyd Carr, correct? Believe Lloyd Carr was still in charge of Michigan when they lost to Appalachian State. I believe that is correct. And if I recall correctly, Lloyd Carr lost his job that year. If I recall correctly, that was the last year that he was at Michigan.
Whoever was coaching should have lost their job after losing to that team, which was impossible. And there's no way that team could have beat Michigan. And no one in the history of the world would have predicted that App State would beat Michigan.
Correct.
And in this case, South Carolina is an SEC team who plays other SEC teams.
And have lost to all of them.
No, they have not. Well, maybe at some point, yeah, but not
literally this year. Literally this year. No, sorry, they have one conference win. You're right. They have not lost to everybody in conference.
Right?
They beat Kentucky.
Right.
Who, by the way?
Who lost the check? SEC team. So you were wrong.
Yeah. Who, by the way, SEC team? That is probably firing their coach at the end of the year. Like, even Kentucky's like, this is the worst we've ever been. Look, I've
never heard you do this before. These are segments.
That's how bad I think it is.
These are segments I don't want to listen to. And I can usually find something in your worst segments that I understand, that I get. But in this case, this really, I don't know why I'm so offended by this. But this bothers me.
I do. Because you don't have the ability to not be a fan, and I do. That is all this is. You don't have the ability to not be a fan. You are always a fan. I do. I will take the cap off and say, y'all, it gives me no joy to know that my wife was listening to this and tell her, hey, your football team's going to get its ass kicked tomorrow.
Unlike me, she could actually turn it off.
Yeah, for sure. And she's very grateful for that, I'm very sure. The difference in this conversation is you can't stop being a fan. I can, and I'm doing it right now.
I have never said that I could stop being.
I understand. That's why I'm saying this is true. You've told me it's true. You lack an ability to not be a fan.
I have told you, and I've told them.
Right.
So, I mean,
this is an argument. You've said it. I am telling you that I can do that. When I can look at it, when I look at a team and I say, as an analyst, as an objective analyst, and I can be that guy. The team that I hope South Carolina wins. It would be great for me. If nothing else, do you understand the amount of talk shows around the country I'll be invited on next week so people can go, Rob Brown, tell us more about what just happened. It would be great for me and the PR and the Rob Brown show.
Hey, the reality is Cold Takes thing, or what's that called?
Cold Takes Exposed?
Yeah, I've got the time written down exactly when you said what you said before. And I'm going to send it to them when you're
I'll make it easy for you. The second that I send us a sports break, I am going to go on Twitter and I will type it out in my own words and attach to my account, and you can go tag me to them. I will send you their handle. You can tag me to Cold Takes Exposed, because I will not be Cold Take or Exposed on Monday. Give me a thing, just a thing. Give me something that's been not bad that I can lean on. Well, this hasn't been bad, so maybe it'll be good. I got nothing. It's just been bad this year. That is what it is. All right, when we come back, we'll get to some more college games. We'll start talking NFL. We'll play, fingers crossed, football gods are total frauds. Then we got Rashad Beard. We got Moving the Chains pod. We got Denton Day, and a lot more football on a hashtag Friday Football Fiesta. Now, here is the number one most objective analyst in all of sports, Lonzo with a Sports Flash.
All right, Gamecock fans, please stay for me. I know you want to leave because of all that stuff you just heard.
But if I'm right, you got to
But stay for me. Yeah, whatever. Leave the room, please. Take your negativity with you. Former player and coach Damon Jones, who was arrested yesterday, allegedly provided injury information about LeBron James when he was a part of the Lakers coaching staff. The federal indictment against Jones contains texts to co-conspirators telling them to make bets in games where LeBron wasn't going to play. The Lakers had no comment on the story. The LA Chargers beat the Vikings last night 37-10. Justin Herbert completed 18 of 25 passes for 227 yards and 3 touchdowns and rushed for 62 more. Running back Kimani Vidal carried 23 times for 117 yards and a touchdown. Carson Wentz completed only 15 passes for 144 yards. World Series game number 1 is tonight. The Dodgers announced Blake Snell as their opening pitcher earlier this week, and Trey Yesavage will go for Toronto. Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show is next. It's not about that, Kane. It's about the you shouldn't watch. This is going to be so bad. This is good. I mean, if you're good at what you do, you find a reason why that they can win. And usually when an upset happens, it's unexplainable. It's very various factors that just happen to and luck and a bunch of stuff like that happen. I'm offended by negativity without anything positive. That's my problem. I get his point. I understand his standpoint, but I'm sorry. I try to find joy in everything. Don't always find it, but I try.
Mad World Haunted Attraction is now open. Voted one of America's top haunts and number 1 in South Carolina. Mad World is much more than just a haunted house. It's a fall tradition like no other. Experience the ultimate mini golf, axe throwing, carnival games, food, bonfire, roaming characters, and fun for the whole family. Located in Piedmont off I-85, exit 35. Get ready for 15 years of fear at Mad World. Buy your tickets now at madworldattractions.com. That's madworldattractions.com.
So they shouldn't play the game, and they've never played Alabama before. I mean, this is supposedly one of the hardest schedules in all of football. I think they know that it's not going to be easy.
Service, selection, and price. Come to Jeff Lynch Appliance and TV Center's Fall Savings Sale.
Congratulations to the Fan Upstate Player of the Week for Week 8, Woodruff High School's number 32, Aiden Gibson, against Mountain View Prep on Friday. Aiden Gibson had a night, 18 carries, 299 yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 reception for 50 yards, 1 receiving touchdown. Make that 5 total touchdowns for Aiden Gibson, the Fan Upstate Player of the Week for Week 8.
I'm good, man. I'm good. Like I said, I'm going to keep it positive.
It's the Rob Brown Show. And I looked at myself with the arms with the chicken wings hanging out of the jersey. I was like, oh, I gotta lift some weights.
Do you know you can multitask? You could be working out while on the air. All you need is to purchase a shake weight. I'm sure everyone wants to see you tone with the shake weight while talking.
You and I both know what the people on the street do with that.
Don't hit snooze. Hit play. The Rob Brown Show. Now morning 6 to 10 on the Fan.
The Fan Upstate.
Should have switched chairs with you while you're out of the room. That would
You think I would have known in
that
a
would have
second?
showed you. I don't care if you
In a
knew or not.
second.
That's the whole point.
It would have been the first I'm going to the boss moment of my career.
He's not
That's how
here.
much I hate that
He's
shit.
not here. So good luck with that. I mean,
I'll
later
go
you
get the
could.
powers that be. That's how much I would hate that.
He's not here either.
He is. I heard him earlier. You know, I heard him walking. Brown Show back on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the Great Lonzo, and you. Be a part of the show. 844-326-3663. That is the number to text the show on the Hub City Spartanburger text line. That is the number to call the show and get on the air. I have one question and one question alone that I have asked so far this morning, and it is very simply, give me a thing, one thing, singular thing, one thing to lean on to give me some hope that South Carolina can win.
They have
Just
better uniforms. Well, there is no doubt. Without a doubt, the Gamecock uniforms, I don't even know what they're wearing this time. Hopefully the black, because I really like the black. Better uniforms.
Hey, I'm a big uniform guy.
All right, are you going to dispute that the Gamecock uniform is better than the Alabama uniform?
No, I think Alabama's uniform is overrated.
There we go. That's a positive right there. Because if you look good, you feel good. If you feel good, you play good. That gives you a chance.
Okay, there you go. The best thing Lonzo's got is cooler unis. Don't get me wrong, I get it. I understand it. But cooler unis. All right.
Hey, I'm not a genius. That's why I'm on this side of the board. So, I mean, you guys could help.
I'm asking for one thing.
By giving it, whatever one thing you come up with, it won't be right. But, I mean, you could try.
I'm here for it. I've said I'm wrong before, like 3 times. I'm here for it. I'm listening.
You remind me of why I hated Tom Cruise's War of the Worlds. There was no hope. And if there's no hope, there's no sense in watching.
I mean,
and that's what you're saying. There's no hope. There's no.
That is exactly what I'm saying.
It's all over.
You're right. It'll be a football miracle.
Oh my gosh. I don't know why any of you are still fans of the team. Because wow. I
think you think bad. What you are doing is trying to make me feel bad.
Oh, I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm trying to make you look bad.
I'm a winner. I know how to win.
It's not going to happen. Southeastern Conference has suspended longtime referee Ken Williamson for the remainder of the season in the wake of his crew's performance in Georgia's 2010 victory at Auburn on October 11th. ESPN confirmed that yesterday. Now, we got a news story from something called the you know what? I should show them some respect for this.
Yeah, because even I saw Pat McAfee tweeted out about it too.
Yeah. It broke yesterday.
He's gotten got before though, so
and that I refuse to get got. It broke by an organization out of Alabama called the Yellowhammer News. And so Zoe and I saw this during the show yesterday, but I didn't bring it up because I wanted it confirmed from the SEC, from a not that the Yellowhammer News isn't reputable. I just don't know them. They're not in my circle. So I'm not going to be like, oh, they're I don't know. But confirmed now, the SEC has suspended longtime ref Ken Williamson after the 2010 victory of Georgia at Auburn on October 11th. Williamson was the crew chief in that game. And in that game, there were 2 controversial calls that absolutely impacted that game to a major negative for the Auburn Tigers. With the Tigers leading at 10-0 late in the first half. And at that point, I was watching this game. At that point, I was sitting there going, yo, Auburn can win this football game. And keep in mind, Rob Brown said going into that game, don't be shocked if Auburn wins. I think they're a better football team than they're given credit for. I think, unfortunately, they missed on Jackson Arnold. But I don't think they're a bad team. And we talked about the Oklahoma game. That was another game that I really think Auburn got screwed by the whistles in that game. And I try not to be the guy that says Team X got screwed by the whistles, but I think they did.
Hey, that's how South Carolina can win.
Getting screwed by the whistles. You know what?
No,
that's it. If Bama gets screwed by the whistles. And as we all know historically, Bama never gets an advantage.
Well, not anymore because Saban's not there anymore.
Yeah.
So that's what's going to happen. So if there are bad calls a certain way,
sure.
You heard it here first.
Hey man, listen, whatever you got to sink your meat hooks into.
I'm looking to Yellowhammer. It looks pretty fairly reputable. It's a local thing to Alabama, so.
But hadn't been in my circle, don't know enough about them. We waited. In that game, Tigers up 10-0 late in the first half. Auburn's quarterback Jackson Arnold tried to score on a sneak on 3rd and goal from the Georgia 1. As Arnold reached for the end zone, Georgia linebacker Raylan Wilson punched the football out of his arm. Bulldog safety Kyron Jones recovered the ball at the 1. Officials ruled that Arnold fumbled before reaching the goal line. After a lengthy delay, replay officials upheld the on-field ruling, giving the Bulldogs possession. Georgia will go on to kick a 29-yard field goal with 13 seconds left to cut the lead down to 10-3 at the half. Y'all, Jackson Arnold scored a touchdown on that play. He did. I watched it from every possible and conceivable angle that was shown. I found cell phone footage from the crowd from people. Jackson Arnold scored a touchdown. So instead of it being 17-0 and Auburn absolutely rolling against the Dogs, Georgia took it back the other direction, put up a field goal. Now it's a 7-point game, and the Momo at that point is in favor of the Dogs. As the referees made their way to the locker room, Auburn athletic director John Cohen and head coach Hugh Freeze both walked over and confronted him. And they had some words about it at that spot. Williamson would sprint into the locker room. Also, later on in the game, there was a targeting penalty that was missed by the officials. It was just not a good game by the officials overall. So, Kenny Williamson has been suspended. Now, on one hand, I would like to say, good. There is some accountability for what felt like massive mistakes that changed that game. Accountability. And what is the one thing that I have been screaming about on this radio show for a very long time when it comes to officials? Do I need them to be perfect? No. Do I need them to be flawless? No. Do I expect them to be flawless? No. However, with instant replay, with challenges, with conference headquarters being able to call in and go, hey, we think you blew it, and we'd like to review and analyze this, able to overturn a call or to add a call or uphold a call or whatever. I think all of those things together should get it right more often than they get it wrong by like an extremely large margin, and certainly on the most impactful plays in a game, like a quarterback scoring a touchdown, going into the half to go up 17, instead of turning the ball over and ending up only up 7 with Georgia getting the momentum in that spot. However, there's another angle to this story. I wonder if this is not us being patronized to some degree. And the reason I say that is, along with the report that Ken Williamson has been suspended for the remainder of the season, came the report that Williamson told the Southeastern Conference that this is his last year and he is retiring at the end of the year. So you suspended a guy who was going to retire at the end of the year effectively for 5 games. You've given him a 5-game conference suspension when he was already stepping away at the end of the year. Is this accountability for officials? I hope that it is. Or because this is, as far as I am aware of, the first, last, and only time that this punishment has been handed down, is this the SEC going, hey, we can make it look. We can make it look like we're raining the hammer down because Ken's out at the end of the year anyway. Give him 5 game checks. Give him a gold watch to thank him for his service and send him on the way. We'll make an example out of him. Makes it look as if we are willing to force accountability on officials because this guy's walking away anyway. You didn't hear Jason Autry, who I used to work with. I like Jason. He's a nice guy. But he was the one that was the head ref in that South Carolina LSU game last year, which to me was an abysmally officiated game. Jason Autry didn't catch a suspension.
Okay, here's the thing. First of all, anytime officiating is and anything in sports wise right now, my first thought is one of the 5 families involved in this. Just because of all the stuff we're learning from the NBA. I am also curious, can we go back and strip Clemson of their national championship game because he's the guy with the controversial calls that helped Clemson beat Ohio State? I mean, this is how this first came to my attention. Was a bunch of Ohio State people throwing out articles about him and how he screwed over Ohio State in that game. So I just, it's just a little weird that this one guy has been able to do this. And how many other games has he done it?
It's a great question. And again, if it is one thing, and this is where I think this is where my ability to take off the fan cap and put on the analyst hat. And I do believe at the end of the day, I have 2 jobs. My job is, number 1, primarily, to keep you entertained. That's
the
my
way,
job.
I'm joking about stripping Clemson. You can't do that. But the fact is, this guy has a pattern of doing this sort of thing. And that was in 2014. And he has remained a referee. This is like you screaming at the top of your lungs, along with Cody Decker, for the one umpire to be gotten rid of. I can't remember his name, but you like probably have a tattoo.
Angel
of his
Hernandez.
Name. Yes, it's the same sort of thing. When someone historically is bad
CB Buckner.
and makes these bad calls, how are they able to continue in a career where it's so visible and the mistakes they're making are costing people their livelihood in some cases?
One of the reasons that I have spent years developing, sharpening, whatever, my ability to take off the fan cap and put on the analyst cap is because there will be many games where a fan base says we got screwed by the refs. And I will look at it objectively and say, no, you didn't. Maybe you got a bad call or two. You didn't get screwed by the refs. Maybe they had a bad game and it hurt you a little bit, but like you didn't get screwed by the refs. And then there are games when that absolutely happens. Angel Hernandez has screwed many teams as an MLB umpire. His retirement from baseball was a freaking party for Decker and I. Bill Vinovich in the NFL screwed the New Orleans Saints. That is not a subjective opinion. That is an objective fact. That was the worst missed pass interference call in the history of the NFL. Screwed the New Orleans Saints out of a Super Bowl appearance. That is an objective fact. And Jackson Arnold scored a touchdown against Georgia. Keep in mind, and you said costing livelihood. And my immediate knee-jerk reaction was like, all right, a little dramatic, but I get it. Here's the thing. Auburn is very much working towards the possibility of firing Hugh Freeze at the end of the year. How much different does that look if Auburn beats Georgia in that game? Now, I'm not saying they would have. Very well, Auburn maybe goes up 17, but Georgia comes out. They fixed a couple of things in the locker room. They reel off 24 straight coming out of the half, and they win that game 24-17. They come out and they smoke Auburn in the second half. Maybe. But maybe not. Maybe if Auburn goes into the locker room up 17, the boys get a little rambunctious back there. They come out buzzing, and they finish that game. How much different? That game, that result maybe got Hugh Freeze fired at the end of the year because Auburn didn't exactly bounce back after that. Auburn didn't exactly go into the locker room and go, all right, fellas, like we had that one in the bag. Let's bounce back. They turned around and they lost to Missouri. And they lost to Missouri. I mean, that was an outright L. Like they just got beat by Mizzou. But they got screwed by Oklahoma. Or by the refs against Oklahoma, in my opinion. They turned around and they lost to Texas A&M, a very good team, and it was on the road. They got screwed against Georgia. They turned around and they lost to Mizzou. Mizzou's a good team. Do I think they're Texas A&M good? No, not really, but they're not bad. We've talked about that at length. That's 4 losses in a row. Auburn's going through the exact same thing that Florida State's going through right now. 3 wins to start the year, turned around and lost 4 in a row. That call may have been a big part of the reason that not just did they lose to Georgia, but if that team responded poorly and negatively, it's very possible that it impacted their performance in the very next game, which they lost to Mizzou. Now, that would still reflect on coaching because you'd like to think Hugh Freeze would be able to grab the boys, circle them up in the locker room and say, hey, yeah, that sucked and it hurt, but like, get your heads right, pull them out of your rectums, and let's go out there and wreck them next game. But at the same time, like, you would get it if they went, okay, well, like, we can't win. We can play good football, and we literally can't win. I don't know. I do think it is good because if nothing else, you have now set the precedent. We are willing to suspend a referee for egregious bad calls. That's good. The problem is, will you follow this up?
It only took them 11 years to do it, but they got around to it.
Yeah. The question is, though, will you follow it up? Because Ken Williamson's retiring at the end of the year in 5 weeks. Will you follow it up? Terry McCauley, NFL on Fox Ref or CBS or whatever he's on, he was like, oh, I don't like this precedent because you're setting the precedent that these hardcore punishments. Yes, Terry. Yes. He goes, I think you can act punishments behind the scenes that aren't as bad. Here's the thing. Punishments behind the scenes don't let us, the fans, know that there is accountability. Punishment behind the scenes doesn't let us know anything's happening. Do it loudly, do it publicly, so we know if we get screwed, somebody might lose their job over it. All right, let me get a call in here before we go to break.
All right, I'm going to go with Dre. It's really hard to hear in this room, and it has nothing to do with my age, okay? It's where the phone is placed and direction of loudness and stuff.
Okay.
So we're going to go with Dre.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, big dog? Who's this?
This is Dre. What's up, Rob?
Dre.
I was right.
What's up, fella? How you doing, buddy?
First time today.
Doing well. So I just wanted to offer a couple of reasons for optimism for the Gamecocks.
Please do.
Laying into them. Okay. So first of all, we didn't have Dylan Stewart last week at home. He was out injured. He's not on the injury report this week, correct?
Correct. Far as I know.
Okay. So we'll have Dylan Stewart back. Second of all, we have Lenore Sellers. And you can say the play calling has been bad. The offensive line play has been bad. But we have Sellers. Alabama's lost how many games this year?
1.
Why'd they lose that game?
Thomas Castellanos was a freak of nature in that game.
He was awesome running the football. Have we run Sellers at all this year?
No, you haven't.
No, but if you watch the tape, you would think we have the staff that would realize what we need to do is create some design run plays.
I would totally agree with that, Dre. Buddy, you're going into your 8th game and it ain't happened yet. Why are you talking? Why are you asking me to believe that Mike Shula is going to have an epiphany on the crapper this week and he's going to go, oh, the most obvious thing in the world is what I should now do?
I love the epiphany on the crapper.
Oh, me too.
I don't think Mike Shula will, but I believe in Shane Beamer. I think he is one of the best coaches in the country. I think he's an excellent motivator, and I think he will have the team ready to play. I know it's a home game at 3:30, and you're like, they won't be as rowdy. You've been to Willie B. That place is always rowdy. It will be rowdy at 3:30. Backs are against the wall. All you got to do, the offensive line is bad. Okay, so what do? You invest in the screen game, middle screen. Maybe you have a 2-back set, whether it's Faison and Fuller or Fuller and Attaway. Like, there are ways to scheme this game up and win, and the spread's 11.5. Lay whatever you want on that spread. I guarantee you, Gamecocks cover. Guarantee.
Okay. All right, Dre, I like that. I like the confidence. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. 844-326-3663 if you want to get in here.
You also buddied him, man. Come on.
No, see, here's the thing. You think Buddy's always negative. It's not.
Oh, it is.
Buddy is not always negative. No, again, to you, it is. Buddy's not always negative. So
I don't know why you're so angry.
Dre, everything you said, I agree with. Everything you said. You're 3-4. We're going into week 8. What about what you said am I to say? I agree. It would be an absolute lie to tell you I have not had a couple of, I should change my life epiphanies on the crapper. But, like, it's been 8 weeks. Why are you trying to convince me Mike Shula is going to have some grand plan that he didn't break out against Oklahoma last week?
Do you yell for your wife and go, I have just had an epiphany on the crapper?
No, but you better believe I have absolutely walked out of it before and gone, I was thinking while I was in there. And she'll go, yeah, it smelled like it. I've had some epiphanies where I've gone, I've been making some bad decisions. And in this moment, I've just realized that not only have I lost a little weight, but I can fix some plans here.
Hey, we're running late are we going to do that thing in the next segment?
When we come back, we play a game we've been trying to play for 3 games, but the NBA has screwed it up. When we come back, we play. Football gods are total frauds. We're going to take a look at some of the top teams in college and pro football, and we'll give you our thoughts. Are they actually championship contenders, or has there been a weird set of variables that has made them, total frauds? We'll find that next on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. All right, guys. Thank you, Will from online. I'm still mad about that. I talked about that on a show last week, as a matter of fact. The exact I talked about that infield fly rule. It is still with me. I'm still mad about it. That call doesn't get made. I firmly believe the Braves win that series and are a World Series threat.
I predict you're going to forget to turn your mic on when we come back.
Can't get my headline. Homies, we back. Oh, Will was at that game. Woof. I could not imagine the rage. Like, that's one of those games that, like, I never condone fans throwing stuff on the field, but I understand it sometimes. That's one of those games I would have understood it. I don't condone it, but I would have understood it.
I'm Ryan Horvath, bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app
Today.
Yeah, Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. Out of nowhere.
I've been working the last couple of weeks on improving my enunciation on the air. And today is one of those words that's always tricky to me because I want to say the game is today, but it sounds weird instead of saying the game's today. Because today is how I'd say it on the day-to-day, but the proper pronunciation is today. But when I say it that way, I sound like a jackass.
Think Smashing Pumpkins.
Today is going to be the day that
No. Today is the greatest.
Yeah, I'm saying like, it's kind of like...
you did not go Smashing Pumpkins.
No, I went...
Green Day.
No. Wonderwall. Oasis. Today is going to... And now Wonderwall is going to be in my head all day.
Today is the greatest. I don't know the next words. Day has ever been or something like that.
I'll be honest. Smashing Pumpkins were one of those bands that I should have gotten into, and I never did.
Riding the Cage was totally different from everything else they did, but I mean, that's the first song I ever heard.
Yeah.
And the one song where he talks about his stomach hurting, I don't know why his stomach hurts. It's just weird. He is also the owner of NWA, though. So
I didn't know that.
So he's got that going for him, which is nice.
The Fan Upstate is your home for Furman Paladins football. Every play, every game.
Oh, that's cool, Will. At least I hope it's cool. It might have been a bad experience for you.
I need you to email me your best story, Will. You've got a best story. I need to know what it is.
I apologize. This isn't a good music for this thing, but I thought you need some mellowing. That's all.
Ladies and gentlemen, time to play a game that we have been trying to play for 3 days now. We didn't get to it on day 1 because I forgot. We didn't get to it on day 2 because one of the biggest scandals in recent memory rocked the NBA. So now we get to it on game 3. It is a game that I have, and all of my marketing genius came up with the title of Football Gods or Total Frauds. We're going to look at some of the teams that are on top of the standings in college and professional football and ask, are they genuinely a championship contender, or have they had a set of circumstances propped up, or is there a reason not to believe in them as a title contender? Are they football gods or total frauds? Let's start in college football. Great one. If we're in agreement, don't need to spend a ton of time on it. If we disagree, we'll spend a minute or two on it. We'll start with the number 1 team in the country, the 7-0 ranked Ohio State Buckeyes. Football gods, total frauds.
Why you look? I mean, I have to recuse myself from this thing because of my fandom.
I don't think you need to. I'll do it for you. I think they are a championship caliber team. I do. And I think on top of that, the fact that Julian Sayin is now being discussed in the group of the top quarterbacks and not a guy that's been knocking on the door.
Which I've been saying for a while, but because of my fandom, you look down on me. And now you've come around, you've seen the light. Definitely football.
Yeah, but I think you did it out of hope and optimism.
No, I
and
didn't.
I've now seen it.
No, I didn't.
I've now seen it.
It's tradition. That's
as you have pointed out many times. He wasn't even the starting quarterback until like 4 days before the season.
I think it's amazing that the backup quarterback might be as good as him. That should be scary for people.
Number 2, the Indiana Hoosiers with 6 first-place votes in the AP poll. I'm going to say football gods. I think this team last year was a quarterback away from being better than Penn State. I believe that.
Can we have a demigod category?
Nope, got to be one or the other.
One or the other. All
gotta
right.
take a side.
A demigod technically is still a god, so okay, I'm going to go with God.
Yeah, I'm gonna say they are. I think this team last year, and this team is better this year than it was last year, but I think they were a quarterback away from being better than Penn State last year. They found the quarterback in Fernando Mendoza. I think they are football gods. Let's go to number 3, Texas A&M. They are a perfect 7-0 out of the Southeastern Conference, up a spot to number 3. Total frauds, football gods.
Wow, I don't know. If we go all gods, though, where's the fun in that? I'm gonna go with fraud.
I think there's going to be a spot, especially in college football. There's going to be a spot where we hit our fraud line.
I'm gonna go with fraud because I just don't know. I don't. I haven't seen enough or know enough to believe that they're the best in the SEC.
I mean,
even though this schedule, I mean, they're whatever it is when you do wins and losses, that thing, yeah.
I think it is fair to say that they, as of right now, should be considered
record
frauds. Yeah, there it is. He got it. I do think that they are a national championship caliber team. However, I do think it is fair to look at the dubs and the L's and say, maybe not. UTSA, Utah State, without Faison, who was their offense last year, they did win at Notre Dame. But Notre Dame, of course, has dropped off. Again, Notre Dame is storming back. I told you when they dropped the second one, they shouldn't be ranked. They're still going to be in the playoffs, though, because they're a good football team. They beat Notre Dame on the road by a point. Since then, Auburn, who's lost 4 straight, Mississippi State, who's about to fire Jeff Lebby, Florida, who did fire Billy Napier, and Arkansas, who did fire Sam Pittman, they have beat 4 teams in a row who may all... 2 of them definitely will. The other 2 may both have new head coaches next year. I think it is fair to look at A&M and say, maybe they haven't really faced the toughest schedule. They've got I'm not going to say to the bottom of the barrel in the SEC so far, but like the bottom 3/4 of the barrel in the SEC. I think that they are there. I think Marcel Reed is good enough, and I think they've got enough talent defensively that has developed over the course of the year. I think it is fair to say they are frauds. Alabama, football gods. I don't even know how at this point, at 6-1, yeah, they lost to Florida State. Yeah, Florida State stinks now. But Florida State would also, through the first 3 games of the year, was averaging like 66 points a game. I don't know what the hell happened in Tallahassee. That being said, 4 consecutive ranked wins against 4 good teams, Georgia, Vandy, Mizzou, and Tennessee. All 4 of those teams are absolutely playoff teams. All 4 of them can absolutely be playoff teams. The Alabama Crimson Tide are a damn good football team and absolutely a national championship contender.
I'm going to go fraud, and here's the reason why. I mean, they play an SEC schedule every year, so those victories are not really that impressive because that's what you do every year. We'll see what they do this Saturday.
Probably rest their starters in the fourth quarter. Georgia checks in behind Alabama, 6-1, up 4 spots this weekend.
Very analyst-like, by the way.
I was analyst. I'm telling you.
Okay.
Alabama minus 11.5 is my 5-star bet of the weekend. Sorry. I don't want it to be. It's not fun for me. All right, Georgia. I'm going to say Georgia's back. They have 1 loss. It is to a team I consider football gods. That is Alabama. And it was a 3-point loss. I think Georgia, who smoked Kentucky as they should, who did get past Auburn. You can say it was because of the refs. I honestly believe it absolutely was a motivating factor. And then they turned around and Lane Kiffin and the Ole Miss Running Rebels came to the crib, and they made them look like a fraudulent football team, being a top 5 football team in that spot. I don't think Georgia is as good as Alabama. I don't think they're as good as Ohio State. I think they may be as good as Indiana and Texas A&M. That's good enough to say football gods.
See, there are levels of gods. And here's the thing. If I say Alabama's a fraud, I have to say Georgia's a fraud because Georgia lost to Alabama, except for it was a bad game. They had a bad game that week. So I'm going to go with Georgia is definitely a god and probably the strongest contender to win the SEC over Texas A&M, over Alabama.
We'll find out. Oregon Ducks at number 6.
Fraud.
Why?
Just because
they lost 1 game and it was 2. Yeah, number 2 Indiana.
All right, everything you're picking, you're not picking someone with like 4 losses or something. So
no.
So either way, if you pick fraud, you're going to give me that look.
We're about to hit a line.
All right, here's the thing. So this is a matter of opinion. I don't think it's a matter of statistics. So in my opinion, they're a fraud because they haven't beat anybody yet.
Okay. I mean, they did beat Penn State. They kind of set off the chain reaction. Number 7, Georgia Tech. I think this team's good. I like this team. I like their dudes. I like their head coach. Georgia Tech is a football fraud. They are not a national championship team. I like this team. I love them. I think they're better than anybody expected. I think they are probably a top 10, top 15 team at the end of the year. I love Haynes King. I love Jamal Haynes. I love Bernke. I love everything they're doing. Georgia Tech does not have the talent to run with Ohio State, Texas A&M, Indiana, Alabama, Georgia. I love this team. They are not a national championship
maybe I
team.
don't. This is the first time we play this game, so I don't understand the rules thoroughly. So this is overall, not just in their conference, not just.
Yeah, this is national championship contender.
Okay, that's the part I didn't get. Okay, so there's probably a lot more frauds in there than that. You have played up this team so much. They're the best team in the ACC, right?
Ranking wise, yes.
Oh, so you're not gonna? Okay, all right.
I think Louisville can beat them. Honestly, I think Louisville.
Since Clemson is down and doesn't have the opportunity, there is no ACC team that can win a national championship. So I'm going to go fraud.
Hang on to that because we've got one coming up here in a minute. Number 8, Ole Miss, 6-1, down 3 spots after their only loss of the year on the road at Georgia. Despite that being their only loss of the year on the road at Georgia, despite that they do have a couple of other good wins, including being the first team that beat LSU. That's pretty much the list for me. I love Lane. I hope Joey Freshwater's in the national championship game. I think it'll be the most entertaining thing in the world. I think Ole Miss is fraudulent. I said that 2 weeks ago. I'll stand on it now.
I'm going to go with God because of Lane Kiffin.
I mean, I want Lane Kiffin to be a football god. We'll see if he's got the talent. Let's go with number 9, the Miami Hurricanes. 1 loss on the year. It was 2. A team I told you could upset them. The Louisville Cardinals by 3 points. Louisville threw their best punch, landed a haymaker, and it worked. This is a team that has a trio of ranked wins. They handed Notre Dame a ranked win, South Florida a ranked win, and at the time, number 18, Florida State, a loss. Miami, I'm going to say, despite the L, they are football gods. However, they're like Zeus, except they keep hitting themselves in the foot with the lightning, right? Like they've got a chance, and it is solely on. Can Mario not kick himself in the groin? If the answer is yes, this team has more than enough talent to win a national championship.
A lot of self-inflicted wounds with you. I'm going to go fraud, and here's the reason why. We've heard so many times, Miami's back, Miami's back, Miami's back. They're back record-wise, but I'm not sure that they can handle it being back. And I think they're due for some sort of implosion. So I'm going to go with fraud.
A lot of people make the argument the Louisville game was the implosion. And I don't have a problem with that. I think Louisville's a good football team. I don't have a problem saying the Louisville lost. Miami imploded down the stretch. Let's stick in the top 10 for one more pick. Vanderbilt Commodores up 7 spots. You know how I feel about Vanderbilt? Vanderbilt. You know how I feel about Vanderbilt? The same way I feel about Georgia Tech. Love the coach. Love the quarterback. Love the running backs. Love the team. Hard-nosed, physical. They're going to try to beat you with the line of scrimmage. They just don't have the dogs to run with the dogs. They just don't have the team. Now, they do this another year or two, they'll start to get those guys. You might see, oh, God, Lee, Vanderbilt just got 2. How did Vanderbilt get 2 5-stars? They might start to see those guys trickle in because guys are looking for consistency. Can I win? And if Vanderbilt's in this mix a couple more years, they'll get there. I love the doors. Hope I'm wrong. A Vanderbilt national championship. I'm getting my ass in the car and I'm going to Nashville for the party. I don't think Vanderbilt's a national championship contender.
I want them to be just for the story.
So do I.
What a great story that would be. But yeah, they're definitely frauds, unfortunately.
I would concur with that. All right, let's do this for the next handful of teams. No breakdown, just God or fraud on the way down. Number 11, BYU.
Fraud.
I think it's a good team. I think they can run the hell out of the ball. I just don't know if they throw it well enough. Notre Dame.
Fraud.
See, I disagree. I think they're gods. I do. I think they have 2 losses. I think they're both good losses. I think Notre Dame started with the toughest 4 games out of the chute of anybody in football. They're not going to lose another game. They're going to the playoffs 5-2. And now that Jeremiah Love's running for 275 a game, Notre Dame is
if
football
they make
guys.
it, they lose in the first round to whoever they play.
Oklahoma. I feel the same way.
I'm going to go God.
I'm not. I'm going to go fraud. Now, I'll say this. I don't think it's going to be because of no fear John Mateer. I think they've got an offense. I just worry about the run game specifically when they go up against teams that own the line of scrimmage. Texas Tech. I'm going to say football gods. I think this team's good enough to win a national championship game. Their only loss came because they were missing their 3 most important players on offense. I don't think Texas Tech's lose in another game.
In all honesty, I haven't seen a single Texas Tech play.
You should watch
them.
They're fun. They're fun.
So I'm just not going to vote on that.
Missouri.
Fraud.
I'm going to say they can do it. I really do. Ahmad Hardy, I'm going to say Mizzou could absolutely do it. They got effectively a bad loss. All right, tell you what, we'll pick this up later on in the show because joining us in the very next segment of the show to talk a little Carolina Panther football, The Cats go on the road up to New York. They hand the Jets, NL. Now they come back to the crib, but lurking next, Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Rashad Beard is the host of the Panther Nation podcast.
Who are they playing? Who's the quarterback?
That'd be Josh Allen.
No. You already said one. You only said
because
one.
Rashad's waiting in the green room, and I'd like to, you're making our guests wait even longer.
Yeah, that's me.
Back after this with Rashad Beard of the Panther Nation podcast. Next up on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Rashad Beard, what's up, fella?
What's going on, guys?
How we doing, man?
All is well, man. No, can't complain at all. Can't complain.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it.
We're just fighting today, and I don't know why. So I'm glad you're here to bring peace.
Peace is good.
Yeah. Notice he didn't participate, so there's no peace from him. He just wants to fight.
I know, man.
You love her, not
Rob,
a fighter.
do better.
Man.
Do better, Rob.
He's got flamingos on his shirt, and he's still wanting to fight. I mean, you know.
Oh, I'm going to get a couple of day beers after the show today.
Obviously, I need help. It says so right here on my shirt over here to help. Let's see. So you brought Rashad in, you're just not going to talk to him? I mean,
no.
That's just rude. Again, I'm not the one wanting to fight. It's him. It's not me.
Somebody texted me something about Mike Shula, and it made me madder. At 8:40 on Fridays, we take a little road trip right up to Charlotte, North Carolina, the home of the Carolina Panthers, and that is where we find a young man who hosts the Panther Nation podcast. You can find it on X at Panther Nation PC. You can find the actual podcast on YouTube at Panther Nation Podcast. Make sure you get subscribed. Click the little bell notification so you never miss a single word out of the mouth of the icon, Rashad Beard, joining us here on the Rob Brown Show. What up, fella?
What's going on, man? The intro was pretty good, man. It gets better and better every week.
Thanks. I've been doing this 17 years. I'll figure it out at some point, man. Like at some point, I'll get good at this. I don't know. We'll see. Hey, real quick, I want to ask you a quick, one single crossover question that kind of deals with the Gamecocks and the Panthers because there is a connection here.
Yeah.
I think they're going to get their asses handed to them by Alabama this weekend. It's like not even worth watching to me. It's going to be that bad. Mike Shula is the offensive coordinator there. And I believe that the waste of Lenora Sellers is going to go down as one of the most tragic stories in the history of college football. Mike Shula was also the offensive coordinator when Cam Newton, was with the Carolina Panthers a few years ago. Rashad, I don't know how plugged in, how tuned in you were at the time. What was the opinion of the Cats about Mike Shula as OC when Cam Newton was QB1?
Yeah, differing opinions on Shula, man. I don't know that he was obviously wasn't the guy. He ended up getting up out of here eventually, but I do believe, and I agree with you. What's going on with Sellers? Man, I think Sellers is an exceptional talent, and I'm not sure he's getting the most out of him. So I can see the correlation. I see what you're doing, and I think it makes a little sense there. I think there's a line where Shula is a little questionable. So listen, it applied in the NFL, and it looks like it's applying in the college game too.
Yeah, no, like I said, we've seen this tape before. That's why I asked. All right, let's get to it. Let's circle back around to last week.
I want to ask the first question. Can I ask the first question?
Sure, of course.
Let me ask the first question. I mean, you're already mad at me. I might as well do this. Can you, since you're in Charlotte, Rashad, can you like stroll over to the stadium and tell them to play Rico and not Chuba? I understand you got loyalty to Chuba. Chuba should be relegated to third down now. I mean, the energy, the difference in yards, everything when Rico's in the game compared to Chuba Hubbard.
Yeah, it's a tough thing, right? Because the whole Panther Nation agrees. I would say a good majority of Panther Nation agrees with you. You got to go with the hot hand. Rico, I think they had a close to the same amount of carries. Rico had 17, Chuba had 14. And they're trying to go this 50-50 thing. I think I like the concept of what they're doing. We used to have double trouble in the past with D'Angelo Williams and Jonathan Stewart. We've had Deshaun Foster and Stephen Davis. So this isn't anything new to the Carolina Panthers. I think Chuba Hubbard deserves a little bit of grace because he's coming off an injury. And so I think he needed that game to kind of get his wheels back going. I expect a better performance from Chuba this go round, but I do agree with you. I agree with you, Zoe. I agree with you. Rico is the hot hand. The aggressive run style. As soon as he sees the lane, he is gone. He's averaging what? He averaged about just under 5 yards a carry in that against the Jets. And prior to that, he's putting up really, really good numbers. And I think, and if you look at the numbers going into the Bills, I know we're going to talk about the Bills game later, but if you look at the matchup going into that game, there's a huge opportunity for potentially another 200-yard gainer by Rico and company. So I get what you're saying, but I also would like to have two fresh running backs. I think you have to split it up some way. I'm keeping the same energy because anybody that watches my pod knows I was against playing CMC a million times per game, right? You have to switch it up. You have to have a split backfield so the guys are fresh. So I got to keep the same energies, though.
See, you're talking about energy. It seems to me that the team has a completely different energy when Rico Dowdle is in there. It seems like they play harder, they move faster, everything. And again, it could just be a perception thing, but I think as a coach, as a team, you look and go, okay, we got a better shot to win if he becomes our primary back. I do agree that you don't run him every single time, but I think he should be the starter and should get the majority of the carries.
Well, he's getting the majority of carries. I think, starting. I think the starting thing is a little bit overplayed. Like, I don't care who gets the first carry. Like, I care about I'd rather have a fresh Rico at the end of the game, right? When the defenses are worn down, you can really hand it to him. And with his run style, he's going to punish the defensive line. So I'd rather have him fresh at the end than have him start to get the first carry for quote unquote being a starter. That's my opinion.
Rashad Beard, Panther Nation podcast here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. So wanted to ask about the Jets game and how it relates to Buffalo. Felt like a game that maybe the first one this year you went, all right, you got to feel good going into this game. It's a better football team. Justin Fields is struggling. The Jets are beating themselves up from the inside out. It never really felt like Carolina was going to run away. It never felt like the game was in trouble, but it never felt like you were ready to break one open and run away. What was your takeaway on a much closer and lower scoring game than I thought that was going to turn into, especially putting it into contrast to a Buffalo team that is 8-0 coming off the last 8 byes and is scoring more points off the bye than any other team in the NFL in that span.
Yeah, I think with the Jets game, I kind of saw what I wanted to see a little bit. I knew the Jets defense is good. I think we got to give them a little bit more credit. I know they're 0-7 now, but their defense is good. Their offense is awful. So their offense puts their defense in terrible positions. And so I wanted to see what we were going to do when we couldn't run the ball for 200 yards per game. And so you put the football in Bryce's hands a little bit more. And I think he did what he had to do. I think the Bills are going to provide a little bit different challenge. Number one, I know you just said the Bills are 8-0 coming off a bye, but guess who's protecting this? This is not the Louvre here. We're protecting the bank, right? We're 3-0. Like, let's not get it twisted, Rob. Like, we are 3-0 at home. So I think there's a little bit, something's got to give here. You know what I mean? So I think that the Panthers are playing different at home. I don't know who the quarterback is going to be just yet. I think we're going to find out today. But I think we have an opportunity here. The Bills defense this isn't the Bills of past, right? This isn't the Bills of the years prior where Josh Allen has all these weapons and their defense is really, 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 really good. That's not the case. This is a beatable team. They're coming off of 2 L's. So this is a winnable game for sure.
So they're coming off 2 L's, but again, 2 L's going into the bye week. They've been getting off the bye. You're right. Something has to break here. What does it take for this to happen? I was on a station yesterday in Rochester, New York, who asked me to come on and talk a little ball with them. And my takeaway was this is a defensive line who last week, Derek Brown got a couple of sacks, Princely, Scouart, everybody got on the sack list last week. If that continues and if this team develops, it's a good offensive line for Buffalo, but it is a beatable one. For Carolina to win this game against Buffalo at home, it is going to be those front 4 guys getting to Allen and not disrupting so much as containing him. Keep him in the pocket. Don't let him get outside and be Josh Allen. I do think there's a chance to win, but it is going to start at that spot to me.
Absolutely. This game is going to be, and you can say it for every game, but this game is going to be won and lost in the trenches. I think you have to contain Josh Allen. The thing that scares me about Josh is him breaking contain and getting loose and running the football, right? I know Justin Fields has that capability. We didn't see that. And Josh Allen provides a whole different set of challenges. And so I think offensively, there's no weapons on that field that scares me. Keon Coleman doesn't scare me like that. The only thing that scares me is the tight ends, right? We have some trouble with the tight ends. They got a couple of good ones. So that scares me a little bit. Their run game is very solid. They are the number 1 rushing team in the league, but we've been solid against the run. We're top 10 in defensively against the run. So I think the game is really going to boil down to the trenches. And I think the Panthers are going to have to win the way they won against the Miami Dolphins, the way they won against the Jets, the way they've been winning these past 3 games. They have to run the football. If we run the football, which this Buffalo Bills team is 31st against the run, they are awful, bad. And so we're a really, really good rushing team. And I think we can take advantage of that. This game is going to really boil down to time of possession. Both of us want to hold the football, win on the ground. It's going to be a tough battle. It's going to be a good game. I think it's going to be a really, really good game. And I think it's going to be a very good measuring stick for the Panthers because I think everybody thinks that we're not capable. We're not going to beat the Bills. I saw all the predictions. It was all red, white, and blue, right? Everybody's picking the Bills. But this is a game that I think is winnable for the Carolina Panthers because, again, this isn't the Louvre. This is the Bank. This is Bank of America Stadium. I think we can win this game.
I would like to, before I get to my next question, point out that Rashad from weeks 1 through 5 of, we'll see how it goes. I'm not getting gassed. I'm going to let it play out. Now, all of a sudden, my man's like, it's the damn Bank. I'm not I like it. I like it. Where's that energy coming from, bro?
Yeah, I think you got to show me. I'm a show me guy, and they're showing me week to week. And I'm not saying we're going to go out there and definitively beat the Bills, but I think it's going to be a better matchup than people are giving it credit for. Like you're not just going to come in the Bank, and I think that's what's giving me the confidence. Is now they're starting to talk it, and they're starting to believe it. And when they start to talking and believe it, then I can start to talking and believe it. You know what I mean? So they're starting to show me, and they're starting to prove. I think this defense is much better. They're going to be the ones keeping us in the game. I think, J.C. Horn, elite cornerback, people are starting to see it. We've known that for years now. But the two interceptions he had against the Jets were amazing. Derek Brown's a monster. Then you got Scorton, who had 6 pressures alone by himself. 6 pressures, 1.5 sacks. I mean, these guys are starting to come around, and it's really good. This draft class, Rob, we can have a whole different show about this draft class because it's really good and it's starting to show improve. So I like it. This is giving me a lot of confidence.
All right. Obviously, it doesn't matter how many times it's been talked about. We can't not talk about Andy Dalton getting the start here because I think there's a good chunk of people that say, hey, wait a minute. We bench BY. Andy Dalton came in last year and he was fine. He's not going to blow you away. He's not going to be Tom Brady. He's not going to be Josh Allen. He's just going to be smart with the football, efficient, not make mistakes. And as you pointed out, I think the game plan needs to be lean on the run to open up the field for Andy Dalton to see it. On the flip side, it has also been a year since we've seen Andy Dalton. It has been a hot minute since he got his time. He played a few weeks. He gets benched because of the car accident, whatever. And he's not thrown passes in a real-time game so far with this group of wide receivers, which is brand new to him by and large, Rashad Beard. So what is realistic for Andy Dalton to do in order to pull? Yes, I know you're comfortable and fine. It will still be considered by the NFL landscape to be an upset.
For sure. I think it will be considered an upset if we beat the Bills. But again, like you said, I think we have to lean on that run game. I think you cannot get out of character just because you have a different quarterback. And that's what makes me a little bit nervous about this game. I think Canales might get a little excited because he has a quarterback maybe that's a little bit more capable from an arm strength standpoint and can push the football. And because last time, Andy Dalton came in, I think he threw the ball like 60 times. Like we don't need that. This Bills defense is awful against the run. Turn around, hand the football off to Rico. You're getting Damian Lewis back. Your offensive line is going to be healthier than it's been on the past week. So run the football, and I think that as long as we stay in character and run the ball, I think Dalton can do enough to win this game. Now, I think another thing that concerns me a little bit is the lack of mobility from Dalton, because I think Bryce Young, that's where he excels, right? He's able to move out the pocket, run, extend plays. That's not going to happen with Andy Dalton. And so I think that's going to expose our offensive line just a tad. I think our offensive line is good at pass protection, but I think it's going to expose us just a little bit because Bryce Young is able to evade those pressures. And I don't think Andy Dalton will be able to do that in certain instances. But as long as we're able to run the football, if we run it 175, 200, I think this game is certainly winnable.
All right, so last one as we look around the rest of the NFC South, a NFC South that suddenly sees the Carolina Panthers a game off. You've got Tampa Bay.
Wait, what'd you say? Can you repeat that one more time?
Pal, I picked you to win the division this year, all right? I'm the only one who picked you to win the division this year. So maybe let's pull that throttle back just a little bit, big fella. Now, as I sat here, stop it. Stop. Now we are fighting today. All right. So as the only guy in this building that did pick your team to win the NFC South, you're a game off. Atlanta stinks. New Orleans stinks. Tampa Bay's 5-2, but they are now down their top two wide receivers. And Emeka Egbuka is good. We'll find out if he's a number one. Even if he is, I don't know who's 2 and 3. How the door feels open for the Panthers right now. But I think you have to walk through it against Buffalo for me to believe that there's a path to a divisional crown at the end of the year.
Yeah, it's open for sure, but I think we're starting to enter a tough part of our schedule. So I don't want to get too ahead of myself here and start to crown us NFC South champions. I think we got a long way to go. Obviously, we still have to play the Bucks twice. We still got to play the Saints twice. We got to play the Falcons again. So we got a long way to go, and we're entering a really tough part of our schedule. So you got the Bills this week, the Packers, and then after that, it still gets a little tough. So listen, we do have to beat the Bills. I think one game at a time. I'm not expecting us to go out there and win the division just yet, but it is right in front of us. I think that's key. This team hasn't been above 500 since 2019, 2021. So it's a good feeling. It's a really good feeling. I think they're starting to show improve. So I like it. We're right there. We're right there, Rob.
I like it. Rashad Beard, host of the Panther Nation podcast. Find them on X at Panther Nation PC. More importantly, get to the YouTube channel, get subscribed, turn the bell on. The boys are live all the time. And Rashad, kind enough to join us every Thursday at 8:40. My dude, enjoy the game. This one is, I think, going to be interesting, man.
It is going to be interesting. Tough battle, tough defensive battle, ground game. So if you don't like the running of the football, turn this one off. I think it's going to be a lot of run game.
I think you're exactly right. Rashad, talk to you next week, guy.
All right, guys. See you guys. Thanks.
You got it. Rashad Beard, host of the Panther Nation podcast. Appreciate his time As always, we've got to run to a break. When we come back here in mere moments from now, the fellas from the Moving the Chains pod will step up. They'll get you set up for the high school football weekend. Then Denton Day of SiriusXM's college football overtime. He'll talk college football with us. And then we wrap the show with our weekend predictions, projections, and prognostications on the hashtag Football Friday. Now let's do a sports flash. I'm still mad about the Who Dat.
Yeah,
It's not funny. It's not funny.
You were overly aggressive there. Former player and coach Damon Jones, who was arrested yesterday, allegedly provided injury information about LeBron James when he was part of the Lakers coaching staff. The federal indictment against Jones contains text to co-conspirators telling him to make bets in games where LeBron wasn't going to play. The Lakers had no comment on the story. No surprise. The LA Chargers beat the Vikings last night 37-10. Justin Herbert completed 18 of 25 passes for 227 yards and 3 touchdowns. That's pretty good. And rushed for 62 more. Running back Kimani Vidal carried 23 times for 117 yards and a touchdown. And World Series game number 1 is tonight. The Dodgers announced Blake Snell as their opening pitcher earlier this week, and Trey Yesavage will go for Toronto. Yesavage will become the first rookie in a Game 1 World Series start since Anthony Reyes and Justin Verlander dueled way back in 2006. We'll be right back. I'm gonna go. We're not gonna hug it out. I'm gonna go trip Rob in the hallway.
it's thank God it's
I'm not going to do it because I'm still mad. I'm still mad.
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen,
it's not working. I haven't got you to not turn your mic on.
Oh, I am locked
I think
in.
your anger has focused you more.
Locked in. It is all-star focus from me.
I'm still not going to stop. We got another hour. We might as well be consistent.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Welcome in. Great to have you, Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo. Thanks to Rashad Beard for joining us in the last segment. In the next segment, Denton Day is the host of SiriusXM's College Football Overtime. We'll get some thoughts on the college football weekend upcoming with Denton Day. But now, you all know the hashtag Friday Football Fiesta starts with the little Friday Night Lights, a little high school ball taking place around the upstate of South Carolina. And you all know that there is nobody that we would call in to talk about it before we bring in the boys from the Moving the Chains podcast. And joining us today on the show, we've got Kevin Thomas. We got John Epps. Fellas, how the hell we doing on a Friday morning?
Doing well, man. Happy to be here in between some heavy hitter interviews you got coming up here. So excited to have you let you have us on here.
Yeah, don't suck, Kev. We got some names. Don't suck.
I'll do my best.
Zero pressure.
Hey, listen, you guys are going to do awesome. You always do. I don't know. He's so negative today. So I can't wait to hear about what's coming up with the high school football tonight.
Kev, we had on our last segment Rashad Beard, who is, again, the manager of the Panther Nation podcast. And as we were talking about the Panthers, and I mentioned the fact that the Carolina Panthers are one game off the division lead in the NFC South, Lonzo felt it necessary and appropriate for some reason to throw out yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get. To throw out a Who Dat chant to point out to me as if I didn't know. And in a segment where our live stream was filled to the brim with Panthers fans, felt the need to throw out the red meat in front of them all that my team sucks booty cheeks right now and thought it was the funniest damn thing that's ever happened on radio.
I mean, that's why he's an award-winning producer. I don't know what to tell you, Rob.
There you go.
I know what to. Not that, Kev. Not that. That's not what I want you to tell me now.
I'm here to make the guests happy, which is what I did our guest in the last hour. And right now, we're wasting time. Let's hear some high school football.
Kevin Thomas, John Epps, Moving the Chains podcast. Find them online at movingchains.com. The same handle on Facebook, Twitter, X, and Instagram. And, of course, the podcast available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, wherever major podcasts are found. Fellas, let's dive right in. And off the rip, out of the gate, a rivalry game and one you will hear right here on the Fan Upstate, the dulcet tones of our own Cole Bryson, the voice of the Burns Rebels. The Burns Rebels back at the crib and hosting Spartanburg, fellas.
Yes, to be a fun game. Both teams, a lot of talent on both sides, both sidelines for this game. Burns, I'm a little bit worried with Burns on the offensive side of the football. Last two games, offense just hasn't been in a groove. I think they've got the ability, right? If Kane Rogers and Trey Segura can come out and have a really good night, Burns is going to have a really good shot at winning this game. But I like the way the Vikings are playing football lately. Trey Burke at quarterback, senior leadership. Offenses looked pretty doggone good lately. They put up 52 on Wade Hampton, beat a really good Dorman team 2 weeks ago, 33-30. This will be a tough game. It's a rivalry game, as you mentioned, Rob. It's going to be a lot of emotion in this game. Got talent on both sides that can win this game one way or the other. The stars got to be stars tonight. I'd like Spartanburg to win this game, but it should be a really fun one.
Kev, talk to me from your thought about Burns. We heard John's theirs about the offense. This Rebel teams feels like a team that has had some games where you're like, oh, there it is. They found it. And then they have other games where you go, where the hell they go? They didn't click. They didn't found it. What is it about this team, in your opinion, that has had them bouncing up and down? You hate to use the word inconsistency, but that's kind of what it is right now. Is there a trigger for that's jumped off the page at you, or is it just a matter of having a hard time getting on the same page?
I think it's a little bit of both, Rob. You know, like a couple of the games early on in the year, they lose a game to a good Irmo team where they can't make a kick. Like they have tons of missed extra points, and just the kicking game really threw them for a loop. Had a game a few weeks, later on they lost where just turnovers was a big problem for them. So it's a little bit of, depending on the week, what it's going to be. And I think, you don't want to say inconsistent, but that's really what it's been. Cannot get on the same page. It feels like we talked about it last week. They've got so many offensive weapons with Segura and Harris and Rogers, and you come out and score 16 points against the East Side team that people are scoring, 30, 40 against. So just to not be able to put it all together, they might tonight. I don't know, but it's been an odd season for the Rebels for sure.
It's been weird. You aren't incorrect. This one, obviously, it feels like, and I'll ask last one about Burns and then we'll move on, fellas, but I'll get your thoughts on both of these. This game hosting Spartanburg at the crib, regardless of what we're talking about, postseason hopes, no hopes, in, out, whatever, this one just feels like the opportunity to kind of catch, and I don't love to talk about this in football because it's an intangible and I stay away from those, but man, sometimes you just got to see one go down, fellas. Sometimes you just got to catch a good vibes game. And it's not even about winning. It's just go out there, be consistent, show you can perform, show you've got a foundation to build off and up from. That's what this game feels like to me for the Rebs.
I think they have to win it. I think for them to, as you say, see one go in. They played really good football this year. That Irmo game that Kevin mentioned. Irmo's one of the best teams in the state. And they've been one of the best teams in the state all year long and last year as well. They crushed TL Hanna to start the season. They're competitive against Dorman, competitive against Gaffney. They need to win one. They know they're good. They know they can compete. They know they can play. They need to be able to, as Kevin was saying, really put together that complete game. I think if they can do that tonight, and they got a great opportunity to do it, then I think you see a shift in the attitude, a shift in the momentum of going, all right, we know we can do it, and now we've seen us do it.
Fair enough. All right, let's get into some of the other games on the schedule today, boys. Kev, Gaffney, Dorman, should be a good one.
The Indians, if they win, lock up the region title. So it's a really big one there for them. I think if Spartanburg wins, there'll be a possibility of a three-way tie, depending on what happens. If Dorman wins, possibility of a three-way tie, depending on what happens next week. But the Indians are playing for that home field, playing for that number 1 seed right now. And, man, they've been a team that's really got to come alive lately. Had some turmoil early on in the year, couldn't figure out the quarterback spot, couldn't figure out some other spots, but they've really kind of settled in. They're really leaning into the run game right now. I think they ran for about 350 last week, had 3 or 4 backs go over 60, including the quarterback. Banks Boughton has stepped in and done a great job for them. Defensively, they got tons of playmakers, Zion Ratchford, Kimbrough, Logan, Dawkins, that are really doing a good job there for Coach Littlejohn in year one. On the Dorman side, another team that wants to run the football. I think they didn't throw their first touchdown pass until maybe 3 weeks ago in the season, so have not really focused on that side of it. Nick Means has 15 on the year. Isaac Tate had a couple last week. Meek Slidell has stepped into that quarterback spot and done a good job kind of being the field general there for Coach Morris. Defensively, Contavious Anderson, the Clemson commits, a stud for them. They've got a lot of weapons on both sides, as does Gaffney. We talked about it on our preview show. This is a game where it might be the home team. You kind of go that route because it just feels like these teams are so even. Two teams that are very familiar with each other. Last year was a 9-7 Dorman game, so I think something similar. Maybe not quite that low scoring, but something where it's a 3 to 7 point ball game feels about right. But should be a great one over at Cavalier Stadium on 7:30 tonight.
All right, let's flip on over to Greenville at Hillcrest.
Yeah, this will be a fun game here. You got Hillcrest hosting the Red Raiders, and for both of these fan bases, this is an exciting time because these are two pretty young football teams, and they got a lot of talent. Both of them have talent. They're going to go through some growing pains this year, and you've seen that with a little bit of inconsistency on both sides for the Rams and the Red Raiders, but they're both pretty good football teams. And once they get in the playoffs, once they get in the postseason, nobody's going to want to play these guys because if they put it all together, they're really good, both of them in their own right. I really like Jackson Free, the young quarterback over at Hillcrest. Greenville, on their own hand, they've got two quarterbacks that are really athletic, can really play, both the young kids as well. I think Farrow usually takes the lead for the Red Raiders coming out the gate. But a lot of athleticism on the field. I think the difference maker in this ball game is going to be Hillcrest's defensive line. I think they're going to be able to put enough pressure on a Greenville offense that doesn't have the most consistency this year. And I think that's going to make the difference in this ball game over at Chandler Stadium. I like Hillcrest to win this game. Should be a fun game. Should be an exciting game and a close game. And I'll tell you what, Rob, it could be 17-14. It could be 35-34. Never know where you're going to get in this one.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Cav, Christchurch at Southside.
A good rivalry game here. Southside has been kind of inconsistent this year. First-year head coach Jonathan Guest trying to figure out where the pieces go, but they've been better lately. They've won 2 games in a row now, including a big win over St. Joe's last week. Christchurch has been good all year. I think they're sitting at I believe 6-2 right now. Coach Hatfield's bunch has a ton of talent, just weapons everywhere for that Cavalier program. I think it's one of these that's probably closer than it should be because of the rivalry tonight, but I think Christchurch, too much firepower, too much experience right now. I think they win this football game.
All right, let's move on to some of the other big games taking place around the upstate. Let's go to Fountain Inn at Emerald. All right, going to be
These
a
are
good
two
one. Looking
teams
forward
that
to
have
it.
played pretty good football this year. I think my sound is going out. I think.
Yeah, we got it.
No, you're good, John. There's
Fountain Inn
a
and
little bit
Emerald.
of delay there.
Okay, Fountain Inn and Emerald, 2 really good teams. 2 teams that have played good football this year. I like Fountain Inn. I think the Fury have really looked good in season 2. I like them to win this game.
Let's go to TR at Berea.
The Dog Bowl, as they call it. Jarrell has been banging the TR drum this week as a Devil Dog alum. I do think they're a little bit more talented. I think Coach Goodman's got a good thing going there. I think Travelers Rest wins that one.
Woodmont at Malden.
2 teams. Woodmont, I thought they would be a little bit better this year. Malden, on the other hand, the Mavericks have looked a lot better than I expected. I think the Mavericks continue their upward swing this season. I think they win tonight.
Chapman at Woodruff.
Chapman got their first win last week on the season. A team that is too talented to just have one win. I've been kind of surprised by their outcomes this season. Woodruff has been awesome lately. Had a huge win over MVP last week. Aiden Gibson went for, I think, like around 350 all-purpose yards. The running back getting offers from everybody had a great game. Thing to watch out for, head coach Brett Sloan at Woodruff, a Chapman alum, could be a bit of an odd matchup there for him. But I think Woodruff just too talented. I think they win tonight.
Let's keep rolling on. Let's go to Pendleton at BHP.
This is one of the better teams that Belton Honey Path is going to see here in the regular season. A 5-3 Pendleton squad. They're a good group. I don't think they're good enough to knock off the Bears. Hey, they got nothing to lose, but I think BHP runs away with this one.
And sometimes those nothing to lose games turns out weird. I'm for it. JL Man at Greenwood.
Tough season for the Patriots there. Have not had a much go their way this year for Coach Smiley in his first year. Greenwood, on the other hand, has looked great. They've had one loss just to TL Hanna. The quarterback, Tristan Lewis, a South Carolina commit, one of the best athletes in the state, absolute stud on both sides of the football. I think the Eagles win easily tonight.
And wrap it up with Boiling Springs at Riverside.
Riverside, an exciting team. They got a lot of talent on their sideline. I think Riverside, I think the Warriors come away with a win here in this one.
Fellas, it's good to have you as always. Before I let you go, I do have to ask one more question. It is a question that stems from a conversation we were having yesterday. Both of you, young men living in the professional world, got to be out and about, men around town, got to keep notes, though. You have a go-to pen, Kev? You get like a go-to pen. Not just like I grab a pen out of the cup, but like, this is my pen. It's this style, this brand, this company. You got a go-to?
If I'm like at my desk, yes. Yes, if that makes sense. Like,
do you know what it is off the top of your head?
Ooh, no, but it's the.
Tell you what, I'm gonna ask John. You go grab it. I need to know. At this point, I gotta know. John, you got a go-to pen, like your brand, your style.
I do. So I got it right here. It's the I believe so. This is branded, but I believe this is a Papermate, and it's almost like a marker. So I got my regular pen here for my everyday notes, but stuff that's important, stuff I really care about, that
John's
goes in the orange.
Guy.
The orange ink.
Guy. Listen, the felt tip guys are out there. It's a felt tip guys are a unique specimen in the pen loving world. But I also get it. Like it's not for me. It's too much drag on it for me, John Epps. But at the same time, like if that doesn't bother you, I can get how that's the vibe.
So the penmanship looks pretty good with the felt tip for me, and that's it's kind of like a Dion thing. Look good, you play good. If I write good looking notes, hey, they're gonna stick around.
I get it. Kev, what's the go-to?
I can't even find it. I don't know. I lost my go-to pen. It's the click. It's the big one. The click one, like the all black. Like
okay,
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know the world you're living in right now. See, I bounced around. I bounced around pens. I flipped over to the Uniball the other day, but then this morning I went back and I picked up the Sharpie S Gel, And now I went right back to it. And Lonzo yesterday said I was overdoing the pen thing. I think everybody's got their pen. Like this is what I'm using, deal with it.
Yeah. I mean,
those gel pens are great.
Gel pens are great. Big fan. All right, it is Kevin Thomas. It is John Epps. It is the fellas from the Moving the Chains podcast. Again, you can find them at Moving Chains, movingchains.com, or use that handle across all social media. Pick up the podcast wherever podcasts are found. Fellas, enjoy the Friday Night Lights, boys. We'll talk to y'all next week as we get closer to the end of the season.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate your time, buddy.
You know it.
Thank you, Rob. Thanks, Lonzo.
Every time. John, Kevin, appreciate the fellas. Ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, the illustrious Denton Day of college football overtime on SiriusXM. Going to join us. We'll break down the college football weekend next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. John, thanks, big dog. See you. Okay, bye. Be right back with Denton Gay, guys. Stay right there. Day of college football overtime on Sirius XM. Have not heard back from Denton. Hopefully he'll join us here in just a moment from right now. In the meantime, welcome back to the Rob Brown Show here on the Fan Upstate. Great to have you. Hey, real quick, as a brief aside before we either get Denton Day lined up or Zoe and I do our own rundown of the college football schedule this weekend. Yahoo Sports posted an article. It's a long timeline of everything that has happened leading up to the arrest yesterday of Terry Rozier, leading up to the arrest of Chauncey Billups and the other characters that are involved, of which there are a couple dozen plus so far. There is a full-time line on yahoosports.com, which I have been very interested in. I went through and looked at it yesterday. And it's interesting for a few reasons. It details everything we got out of the report yesterday that the FBI dropped, up to and including, and I pointed this out before, usually when you hear stories that are either directly connected to or it is rumored are connected to the mafia, you don't really hear the names thrown out there. The report yesterday straight up connected members, participators in this scandal directly to the mafia. And not just the mafia, but like families, like directly named families that you know the names of, like the Gambino family, right? Like actual names. And has these people that have been arrested working directly with them. When the mafia gets involved, like it's a big deal. It's a big deal. It also goes back to something that we talked about on this show when it happened, and it has been in and out of the news since then. And that is the fact that Terry Rozier, when playing for the Charlotte Hornets, Terry Rozier missed a game. Well, he checked in. He played like 10 minutes of a game. Then he checked out with a foot injury. All his underbets cashed. And it turned out that, according to a watchdog, there were about $14,000 in Terry Rozier underbets that hit that night. Not a guy that gets a lot of action on the betting market, but that happened. And so there was a direct connection. I got to tell you, the next biggest thing in this story for me that I will be paying attention to is down the line, do we see a direct connection drawn from anybody that is a conspirator, co-conspirator, mafia member, whatever, to the NBA? If the NBA had even the slightest finger on the scale in terms of a cover-up of all of this, this whole thing could get very, very ugly. I'll tell you what I'd like to do very quickly, because we've got to talk college football with one of the brightest college football minds in the college football talkosphere. But Denton Day has also, like I have, spent a very long time in the sports gambling broadcasting world. Denton Day, you handsome son of a gun, welcome back to the show. What was your reaction to the NBA completely ruining my morning show yesterday?
Well, first and foremost, Rob, I'm excited to talk to you about some college football betting today.
Me too.
No. So I kind of heard some things about this. You know, I was stunned a couple of, I guess, months ago now when the NBA came out and said, we have cleared Terry Rozier, because I had heard some things that said, no, he is definitely not clear. There's a lot more at play here. And understandably, the NBA doesn't have nearly the connections that the FBI does in terms of where they can go with an investigation. But this is a massive, massive problem. And it's something that I think goes and extends a lot past just the names that were mentioned in the documents yesterday, which is not great for the NBA. We've known stuff like this is happening. We just had no real proof of it. And I would caution some people when they jump to, massive conclusions on this or massive takes on this. The gambling partnerships, I don't think caused this. It's been very odd to me, Rob, over the past, 24 hours, listening to people blaming, and I'm not like carrying water for the books here. I don't care. I get robbed by the books more than most people get robbed by these damn books. But it's been very odd to me to be like, hey, look at this Chauncey Billups stuff. Wow, I can't wait to see the newest the betting ad that's going to jump up on the next commercial. Well, like, I get it, but like, they had x-ray tables. You know what I mean? Like that is not the same thing as like running a $5 parlay at your local sports book. So I think there's much, much deeper things at hands here. I hadn't heard of mafia families in like 40 years. So glad to see that they're still around. I think that's more of the issue, though, is that what is the NBA going to do to protect players from getting involved in these sorts of things with these kind of families?
No, I completely agree. And I pointed out yesterday on the show that the only reason this kind of stuff gets caught is the sports books. They're the one that hire the agencies that look and track bets and go, oh, hey, whatever book you're talking to, there was a weird spike in these particular bets, and you make that a little bit. So I do find it interesting. We will obviously follow that story as it continues to develop, because it will continue to develop. But Denton Day from College Football Overtime on SiriusXM is here to join us to talk a little college football. Denton, let me bring up the most controversial thing that I have said on the radio so far this morning. Apparently, I didn't think it would be. It is. I told South Carolina fans earlier in the show, if you've got anything better to do on Saturday than watch the Gamecocks play Alabama, you should probably go ahead and do that, because I don't think this is going to be pretty. Alabama minus 11.5. I don't think it's even going to be a sweaty game. There is, at this point, and I wish it was different because it would make my life and job easier, I've seen nothing out of the Gamecocks that I hinge and go, okay, if this goes great, they can win. And on top of that, I got Mike Shula in press conferences saying, yeah, I know our offense is stunk, but we have confidence. There's no reason to. And on top of that, Alabama's a wagon.
Yeah, Bama's really good. I don't know how you stop them. That's what I've learned over the past couple of weeks. They're on the stretch right now, Rob, where they have a bit of a gauntlet of the schedule. And the first 2 weeks when you're taking on Vanderbilt and Missouri's probably a better example of this, but it felt like they had to execute at a really high level. There wasn't a lot of wiggle room for mistakes. And then you see what they did to Tennessee last week, and you're like, oh, they handled them. Like there was no sweat in that one at all. And Tennessee, from an offensive perspective, is pretty explosive. They have a lot of weapons on that team. They got a quarterback that can put up some points, and Alabama's defense held them to not a lot of points. I have no idea how South Carolina is going to attack that defense. I have no idea what they're going to do to attempt to stop Ty Simpson. We're getting towards the point, we're in mid to late October now. So I feel like the Heisman conversation is way more legitimate than it is in like September, crazy. But Ty Simpson looks really, really good, man. Like he looks really good. He makes some Sunday throws on a pretty regular basis. And I don't know that South Carolina has the defensive talent to be able to stop those, because it really does come down to like some of the throws he made against Mizzou. Like you can't stop that unless you are just like a freak athlete, one of a kind of defensive back, whether that be corner or like a center field kind of safety. You're not stopping the kind of throws that he made. And when he's playing at that kind of level, I honestly, Rob, I don't know who is capable of stopping them, at least in the SEC right now.
I'm in the same boat. I think the only way South Carolina's in this game is if Alabama just has the absolute worst game that they've had since the Florida State game. Mm-hmm. And even then, I think South Carolina would have to play pretty perfect football, which they have not done once this year. I told a caller to the show earlier who said, hey, look, you got Lenora Sellers, any given game he can pop off. Man, it's been 7 games, and he hasn't popped off yet. I put that at the feet of Mike Shula. And if I got Shula at the mic saying, we asked the boys to have confidence in the plan, so we're going to have confidence in the plan, unless he's just trying to bamboozle all of us and they come out looking like the 99 Rams, which I'm not banking on, I just don't see how South Carolina has a happy fan base at Saturday afternoon.
I mean, how many offenses crack the code in late October? You know what I mean? Like you had an entire offseason of putting something together. You had the first couple of weeks where, generally speaking, I mean, they were a little bit different, but generally speaking, the first couple of weeks of the schedule are pretty easy. And that's where you put all the pieces together offensively. You get into a rhythm. You're not cracking the code right before Halloween. That's just not how that's going to work. So I'm with you. I don't know that number's a big number, and it does feel kind of weird to ever lay 11.5 in the SEC, but this is college football, man. And those numbers are a lot more easy to stomach than if we were playing an NFL game.
Without a doubt. All right, let's take a look with Clemson on the bye this week at some of the other big games taking place around the country. UCLA is at Indiana. UCLA's been a fun story since they fired Deshaun Foster. They've gone in the right direction, 4 wins in a row. Indiana favored by 25.5. I think they cover this. We played a game earlier in the show, Denton Day, called Football Gods or Total Frauds, where I said, is this team a championship contender or not? So instead of breaking down UCLA and Indiana, unless it works into your answer, behind Fernando Mendoza and Kurt Cignetti, can Indiana win a national championship this year?
Yeah, I would say right now I feel the most confident in them, period, in the country. I think they do everything really, really well at a really high level. And Fernando Mendoza, there's 3 quarterbacks, Rob, right now that I feel like are playing the best, most consistent football, and he's one of them. Ty Simpson is another one. And then I kind of felt like Dante Moore was that. Maybe he's fallen out a little bit of that, and you could put Diego Pavia in there. But there's a pretty sizable gap between Ty Simpson and Fernando Mendoza and everybody else in college football right now. And then defensively, I don't know how UCLA is going to block them because Oregon could not block them. And I'm uncomfortable laying anything more than 21 in the college game because a coach is going to take a 20-point victory and they'll feel really good about that. But this Indiana team is legitimately unstoppable. And what gets talked about them less than it should is they can run the football too. So not only do they have a quarterback that's playing exceptional, they can hang 300 yards of rushing on anybody. And that's an incredible combination to have. So I legitimately feel like Indiana they are not only just deserving of that top 2 ranking that they have right now, I think they're a legitimate championship contender, and they might right now be the best team in college football.
All right, let's go down to the next one in the SEC. That is Ole Miss taking on Oklahoma. This is another one that's interesting. I said last week, I like Lane Kiffin. I hope he's around forever. I don't care if it's at Ole Miss or Florida or anywhere else. He's good for college football, but Ole Miss kind of felt a little fraudulent to me, mainly because their biggest win, which was LSU. I also thought LSU was overrated. They now dropped a couple, including on the road at Vanderbilt. I think Ole Miss is a bit fraudulent. This feels like a prove-it game for Oklahoma, right? Like, yeah, we didn't have Mateer. Mateer was coming back. Wasn't 100% for Texas. They came to Columbia, to Willie B, put a hurting on the Gamecocks last week. I feel like this is a return of no fear John Mateer game, and Oklahoma gets away with this one pretty simple.
So I'm on the Sooners. There's so many storylines to this one in particular, Rob. I think from the Ole Miss side of things, one, it's about proving that you're not a fraud. But two, I mean, should I stay or should I go? If I'm Lane Kiffin, do I believe that I can get to the college football playoff at Ole Miss? And if not, Florida is going to come calling, and they're going to have a pretty big number on whatever the check is that they offer him. We know that they want him. I don't think it's a secret to anybody that they want him because it feels like every job that opens is in some way, shape, or form interested in Lane Kiffin. If you can't win at Ole Miss, why are you there? So he might jump to Florida if they lose, but on the flip side, if you're Oklahoma, you have to win. I mean, this is as close to a must-win as possible if you want to talk about getting into the college football playoff because there's no avenue for losing after this. So if you take this loss here, I don't know how familiar you are with their schedule coming up here, Rob, but after Ole Miss, it's Tennessee, Bama, Missouri, LSU. That's not exactly a fun Final Four games. And you don't get the traditional SEC layup game in there like most of these other schools do where you're playing the Citadel or like Charleston Southern in late November. They just got nothing but big-time opponents the rest of the way. So I think they need this win more than Ole Miss does. And I think you'll see the best of John Mateer. There's something about him. I know the Texas game was not his best, but I believe that they brought it back a little too early and he couldn't grip the football correctly. When his hand works functionally, he's one of the best gamers, not quarterbacks, but gamers in college football. I think you'll see that this weekend. I like him laying 5.5.
So do I. My take last week was I didn't bet South Carolina, Oklahoma earlier. I said I want to see one drive out of John Mateer to see if the ball's coming out better. Took me 2 passes. I laid the points and was an easy winner. Yeah. Let me ask you one more. This is a game that if you'd have told me 2 years ago I was going to make time to talk about with Denton Day, I'd have called myself a psychopath. But it's top 15 Mizzou versus top 10 Vanderbilt, and the game freaking matters.
I mean, I'm rooting for Vanderbilt for a couple of reasons. One, I like new blood. Two, I am like foaming at the mouth at the potential of Vanderbilt, Tennessee to close the season, meaning a lot. Like a lot. Like the winner gets into the college football playoff and the loser might not be getting into the college football playoff. Pavia is 8-1 to win the Heisman Trophy, and this is a narrative award, Rob. And because we still in our minds think of Vanderbilt, even though they were a good team last year, we in our minds think of Vanderbilt as the bottom of the barrel in the SEC to see what they've been able to accomplish. And don't get it twisted, like Missouri's a really good team. If Eli Drinkowitz, or if Lane Kiffin rather, is not going to Florida, Eli Drinkowitz is probably going to be going to Florida, right? So like he's put together a really good program. He has a really good quarterback in Bo Prebola. They as a team played really, really well and they executed at a really high level. They were in it with Alabama to the very end. I think, though, I like Vanderbilt in this one. I'm on the train with everybody else. I wasn't when Vanderbilt played Alabama, and I was correct in that one. But I think there's something about Vanderbilt that is special, and there's something about this Diego Pavia kid, which we kind of knew, but now to see it flourish for the second year in a row, you realize, oh, this is legitimate.
Yeah, no, he's a dog. Love him. Love Clark Lee, just a football dude. Like, if you want a coach to motivate guys. Clark Lee's just that guy. His halftime speeches are incredible. Want to run through one or two more very quickly with Denton Day, host of SiriusXM College Football Overtime. Texas looks great in the rivalry. They turn around the next week. They go kind of back to like, what is this football team? They're at Mississippi State this weekend. Jeff Lebby probably coaching for his job down the stretch in Stark Vegas for the rest of the ride. 30 seconds because it's not a huge one, but it feels like it could be huge for Texas. What do you take away from that?
I think Texas will handle Mississippi State. I agree with you that it feels like Lebby is coaching for his job. I honestly don't really know why, because with all of the other jobs that are open, if you're Mississippi State, like who's a better option for you right now? Unless you're going to go, maybe you'll go take the guy from USF because he's likely not going to land the Florida job. I don't know that Florida wants to go back to the group of five. I just like they're in this weird state. And I guess, obviously tragedy kind of put them in there because, Mike Leach passed. But they're just like cycling coaches every 2 years. You're not going to build a program by doing that every 2 or 3 years. I don't think they should fire Lebby if they lose, but I do think they're going to lose. It was fun at the beginning of the year. Like that game against Arizona State was just a headbanger, which I did not think was going to be all that impressive. And it was really, really awesome. This is what they kind of are right now. But I wouldn't let them go. You're watching what Vanderbilt could do. You just got to believe in yourself. Just find a couple $1 million, get some big time players, then maybe you could do the same.
All right, last one, and then we'll let Denton Day get back to his real adult life. Number 3, Texas A&M on the road at LSU. Listen, I, on one hand, told you a few minutes ago, I think LSU is – I don't think they're overrated now because I think 15 to 20 is about where I would have slot them preseason. They lost to Ole Miss. They've now lost on the road at Vanderbilt. I was really close to saying I'm all in on the Aggies, but then I went and I really kind of thought about it for a second. And outside of a 1-point win on the road at Notre Dame, their last 4 wins have all come against teams who are considering or have already fired a head coach. Auburn with Hugh Freeze, Jeff Lebby at Mississippi State, Billy Napier at Florida, Sam Pittman at Arkansas. Their last 4 teams have been against bad teams that are looking like they're going to have new head coaches next year. Should I be sold on Texas A&M or not?
I have no idea. And real quick,
Okay.
I would like to apologize. You mentioned going back to the adult life. The reason I was a couple minutes late is because your boy had to change a flat tire. Life has been punching me in the face this week. But to your original question, this could be like a very full circle kind of game because last year Marcel Reed ran all over LSU, and that's kind of when we got familiar nationally with who is Marcel Reed. This guy's really awesome. He's a lot of fun. It would be something if LSU can give one back to him and slow that Texas A&M offense down. The problem is I don't trust LSU to put up the points necessary to be able to beat Texas A&M. I think Texas A&M has a really good defense. I think Mike Elko is a hell of a coach. Texas A&M, thankfully, is a good enough job to justify staying at and not being interested in like a Penn State or Florida State or Florida rather, or Florida State for that matter, because we know what's happening at the end of the year with him. But I do think this Texas A&M team is good. I'm in the same boat as you in that I don't trust them because I'm not fully sold on the quarterback. Can you make big throws when necessary? They did it against Notre Dame, but I need to see that more consistently because I know what else is out there, particularly in the SEC with Ty Simpson, and I know he can.
Denton Day, host SiriusXM's College Football Overtime, one of the most brilliant minds in all of media, talking about the college game. My man, I appreciate it. Going to be a stellar weekend. I'll call you later because I know there's some stuff going down. Let's
Too
talk.
much stuff.
Let's talk. My man, brother, talk to you next week, buddy. Thank you.
Fellas, I appreciate it.
Any and every time. The legendary Denton Day here on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. When we come back here in a minute, Lonzo and I got like 3 minutes. We're going to run down the NFL slate as much as we can. It's going to be great. Stick around. It's the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. The Rob Brown Show back on the radio. It's the Fan Upstate, Rob Brown, the Great Malonzo, and you wrapping up the hashtag Friday Football Fiesta. We gave you some thoughts on the college game throughout the course of the show today, including with Denton Day of Sirius XM. Appreciate his time. The fellas from the Moving the Chains podcast joined us in the segment before that. And, of course, Rashad Beard of the Panther Nation podcast joined us in the 840 segment to talk a little Panthers taking on the Bills at the crib. Last night, the LA Chargers decimate the Minnesota Vikings 37-10. Now let's get to our Sunday matchups. No Europe game this week, so all the games start off at 1:00. That includes the Atlanta Falcons at the crib hosting the Miami Dolphins. Atlanta -7.5 in this game. This one's weird because I keep waiting for Atlanta to break out. They'll have a good game. Then they have a couple of, oh, yeah, that's right, they're Atlanta games. On the flip side, Miami is, and I've done the research on this, so I feel comfortable using this word. Bad. They're bad at football. They're just bad at it right now. Zoe, give me Atlanta by 2 touchdowns, and this might be the game that gets our first in-season firing.
You know what? I don't think they're going to let him go. I think they're going to wait till the end of the season because you would think he would have already been gone by now.
That's fair.
That's what's. I think it's more shocking that the Miami coach still has a job. But yeah, I agree with you on this.
I can't stand the Falcon, but the Dolphins are not good. The Jets at the Bengals. Cincinnati is -6.5 in this. Cincinnati is favored by 6.5 points in this game. That's where the Jets are right now. This is a game that I really think.
Who's playing quarterback for the Jets?
They haven't officially announced it, but all indications are Tyrod Taylor. All indications are Justin Fields is getting benched this week. Now, I find that interesting because, and we played a little bit of the audio earlier this week, Woody Johnson, a man who is named after male genitalia twice, which is impressive. Woody Johnson took some shots at his starting quarterback, Justin Fields, earlier this week. And he did so to defend head coach Aaron Glenn. But then Aaron Glenn came back, and he grabbed the mic, and he's like, oh, no, Woody Johnson doesn't have any problem with Justin Fields, and he gives me the power, and it's not up to him, it's up to me, and yada, yada, yada. And it sounded a lot like he was defending Justin Fields. But all the reports are that Tyrod Taylor's going to get the nod, who is, again, maybe the most consistent all-time backup quarterback in the NFL. But he's been an all-time backup quarterback for a reason.
Yeah, did you see how bad they were when he came in? The Jets are bad overall as a team.
Yeah.
It's not just a quarterback, and I don't see any improvement when Taylor goes in. I actually think they get worse. So I just if Tyrod, whatever his name is, if he starts, he'll get benched, and Justin Fields will be in.
You're probably not wrong. However, I'm a believer in the narrative game, where sometimes there's just a story that's too good to bet against. I am going to be dumb, and this is going to be a beer money bet, like $5 bet. I'm going to do that here. Great, when there would be nothing more New York Jets-ish than to start Tyrod Taylor, go on the road, and beat the Cincinnati Bengals. There'd be nothing more Jets-ish.
You're acting like the Bengals are that good.
Oh, no, they're not, but Joe Flacco's a legend. He's an icon. He's an American hero, and he doesn't mind being alone. So we'll see. Cleveland at the New England Patriots. The Pats -7.5. Listen, I'm a believer in the New England Patriots. Cleveland's defensive line has been pretty good, though. However, Drake May can boot, scoot, and boogie a little bit. Give me the Pats at the crib, -7.5. That's a big number, but I'll take it anyway.
I'm going to go with Cleveland. I think the upset. I'm liking what the Patriots are doing, but I think they're due to get shocked. So I'm going to go with Cleveland.
Hey,
here.
Dylan Gabriel got his first dub. Maybe the floodgates open. The New York Giants on the road at the Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles -7.5 in this one. Just when it looked like, the Giants maybe start the push here, they turn around and do something real dumb. But I'm going to say this one. Hold your horses a little bit. Because even though the passing game for Philly looked really good last week, that's the anomaly. That's the exception. That's not the rule. The teams that have beat Philly the last couple of years have beat Philly by being super physical up front. Jackson Dart, Cam Scattaboo. That's what the Scatta boys do. Give me the Eagles at home. I really want to be in on the Giants. I really want to be in on my boy Cam Scattaboo. But if Philly can go out there and throw for another 300 yards, they might be in trouble.
So I think I heard earlier before we started that the Giants beat Philly earlier in the year?
The Giants did indeed. We got to take it back
And
to
they spanked them, right?
I take it back. It was only 2 weeks ago. I forgot. It felt a long time ago. It was only 2 weeks ago. They beat them 34-17. You are exactly correct. In fact, just for the lulls, let me go back and pull up the box score from that game, because if I recall correctly, that was the first game that after the complaints where the Eagles threw it like dramatically more than they ran it. In fact, they did 24 of 33, which Jalen Hurts. They only ran it 20 times. Saquon, 12 of those totes. On the flip side, that was the game Scatterboo went off for 98 and 3 tutties. Screw it. Give me the Giants.
I was going to say, I'm going Giants here.
Screw it.
This
one is in Philly.
I don't believe in Philly's consistency.
That's fair. They haven't really given us a reason to. Buffalo at Carolina. The Bills favored by 7.5. I'll go with Rashad. I think the Carolina Panthers cover, but the Bills win.
All right. I'm there with you guys too.
Cover, but a Bills win?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard not to go that
I mean,
way.
I don't want that to happen.
Neither do I. If Bryce Young was out there, maybe I'm willing to think about it.
I think it's more if Rico runs the ball more than Chuba. And
he did last week, just not as much as you wanted him to.
Well, true. And if they actually play some sound defense, I think they got a shot, because Buffalo doesn't really have a defense. So there's that.
Chicago at Baltimore. The Ravens are favored by 6.5. I'm assuming that means that Lamar Jackson is back this week.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure. But I can't imagine. Is there a world where you have the Ravens favored by 6.5 over the Bears without Lamar Jackson? That's a total guess. I haven't heard anything about it yet, but I can't imagine that's not the case.
Lamar Jackson practiced again on Thursday.
Okay, so he's back.
So he's probably
I don't know, man.
He's still limited. So they're not.
Yeah, but you're limited
to
have him ready for Sunday. You know what? Give me the Bears in the cover. Give me the Bears in the cover. I'm still in.
By the way, Baltimore
Chicago.
wasn't doing that good when he was there.
That's what I'm saying.
So yeah, I'm going to go with Chicago.
The Bears have won 4 straight, dude, including a win over the Cowboys and a win over the Commanders. Give me the Bears. San Francisco at Houston. Houston minus 2.5 in this one. How? Why? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Give me the 49ers.
Yeah, 49ers.
Tampa Bay is at New Orleans. The Bucs favored by 4.5, but they are missing their top 2 wide receivers. Pull
the trigger. Do it.
Give me the Saints at home.
Look at you.
Give me the Saints at home.
Tampa Bay.
Give me the Saints at home. Dallas at Denver. The Broncos favored by 3.5. Give me the boys on the road. Dak's been slinging the rock.
I agree.
Denver's not been great.
Yeah.
Tennessee at Indy. Indianapolis favored by 14.5.
Let's double that and go with Indy.
You know what? I want to pick. I want to say no, but I can't. If they were going to get the interim coach bump, it'd have been last week. Green Bay at Pittsburgh. The Packers minus 2.5 on the road at the Steelers.
Yeah, give me Steelers on that.
Ooh, no, give me the Packers. Give me the Packers. There's a bounce back spot coming, and I think it's this one.
And now the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
All right, last time that we get to do that thing this week. Find out what the X is going on. All right, the first thing it's Xing is LeBron.
So LeBron is Xing because LeBron's name, not LeBron. LeBron's name was involved in the scandal that came out yesterday. The story goes that LeBron he was injured in a couple of games with a foot injury, and Damon Jones, who was the 11-year vet turned coach that got arrested yesterday, and he was involved in the actual NBA side of it, was providing off-the-table, non-public injury updates about LeBron to co-conspirators for them to bet on, and those bets kept hitting and winning because LeBron was out.
So I have a question for you. So what's the name of that? It's Clutch Sports that LeBron is associated with, right?
Yes.
Did you see what Chauncey Billups was wearing?
Sure did. Chauncey Billups came up out of his...
Do you think he purposefully wore that hoodie? Because I think he did.
I don't know.
I think why would you pick that hoodie that says that twice?
Well, in fairness, we also don't know when he got it picked up and arrested and what he was wearing when it happened, because he didn't know the arrest was coming. So he may have just been wearing that post-game. However, that's not even the best part of that. Because keep in mind, Chauncey Billups is connected to the poker side of it, not the gambling side of it, but it is still tied in. That being said, in the post-game press conference after the T-Blazers' first game, when they took an L, Chauncey Billups was at the mic, and they were like, yo, how are you going to just set this, that, and the other? And how are you handling it personally? And Chauncey Billups said, you know me. I like to make a decision and let the chips fall where they may. Chauncey! Like, I know you knew you weren't going into the silver handcuffs that night, but, dude, come on, man. Let the chips fall where they.
It could just be ironing. It could be he may not have known that was coming. I mean,
I don't think he did.
Yeah.
But, like, if you know that you're participating in that world off to the side, don't you, like, not say poker
five
things?
families, man. You think you're untouchable.
Yeah. Maybe that is it.
All right. The next thing that's Xing is Goldberg.
Don't care.
All right. You will, because he was complaining about they let some girl beat his record. That girl was Asuka, and Asuka has been coming at him big time on X. You need to check it out. I can't directly quote, but it's amazing what Asuka said to him, and she's absolutely right.
I want you to know, without reading a word of it from either sides, I'm Team Asuka.
Oh, me too.
Team
Asuka.
Asuka.
The next thing that's Xing is Sydney Sweeney.
Listen, Sydney Sweeney is about, one time a month, 2 times a month. She's gonna X, and she's gonna X because Sydney Sweeney.
This is a very male thing, and it's probably considered chauvinistic and everything, and it's Xing because someone put out there Sydney Sweeney or Taylor Swift.
Sydney Sweeney.
Exactly.
Sydney Sweeney. Runaway.
Exactly.
Runaway
Finally.
side of a discussion.
And the last thing that's Xing, I don't know why this is Xing, but I'm going to throw this out there anyway, just to see if you know anything about it. The World Series is Xing.
I do know it. It's because game 1 is tonight. Snell versus Savage, 8 p.m. No chance I'm doing anything else. Also, Asuka said, this some girl is and will always be 10 times a better wrestler than you'll ever be. You old part-timed but.
I told you you'd love it. I told you you'd actually love it. Yeah.
I'm going to Halloween as Asuka. I am now Asuka for Halloween. I'm changing everything.
If you're doing that, do the snake.
Thong on the outside and everything.
Snake thing, because the snake thing on the face is amazing.
You old part-time. Incredible. That's it for us. Have a great weekend, everybody. Don't drink and drive. Take the Dodgers in 5. And be back here Monday morning when we do all over again, but better. He's Lonzo. I'm Rob. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face, and I'll see you back here Monday on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Later.
Someone's jealous of my swag.
Nice. What's that from?
That is from What We Do in the Shadows.
Oh, okay. All right. I recognize the voice now.
Which
I've never watched the show, but I recognize the voice.
If you are willing to go through vulgarity and crude humor, it is, I genuinely think, the funniest show of the 2000s.
I've watched The Boys. Yeah, so, I mean, I can't.
It is Taika Waititi. It's his show. It's his comedy.
Which is hit or miss for me as far as he goes. But
I get it. Now, a lot of people jumped into, there was a What We Do in the Shadows movie, and it was filmed in, and it's all Kiwi actors. It's all New Zealanders. What We Do in the Shadows, the TV show, genuinely might be the funniest thing that's been on TV in the past 20 years. It's incredible. My Twitter ats right now are just a bunch of people submitting NBA players who it would be really funny if they did a jersey swap with Grady Dick.
Wow.
It's the best. Sabonis. Luther Head.
Okay.
That one's my favorite so far. Easily my favorite so far. That one's my favorite so far. I also submitted Terrell Suggs. I think would be a great one. That one took me a second to think on. Then I was like, oh, wait, that's the worst one.
Yeah.
Kevin Herter.
Okay. All right.
Yep. Some of them take me a second.
I mean, you got to figure out where it's first or last.
Yep. Oh, man. All right, guys, I got a jet. We got stuff to do, and I got to go let my dogs out. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed the show. I hope you come back on Monday. Follow me on social. I will probably do some stuff for the weekend. Cody Decker and I are going to attempt to get a World Series preview podcast recorded here in the next couple of hours and get that posted. So if you're a baseball guy, stay tuned for that. If you're not, cool.
Hey, if you're upset about Rob's take about Alabama, and if it actually happens, tune in the Upstate Pulse tomorrow night, and I'll try to make you laugh because you might need it.
Have a great day, guys. See you back Monday. Goodbye.